ale že třeba si odpočinu, budu fukut tam a to, že vždycky je prostě jenom tady.
Tak.
Sorry, I don't know. Please, you try and discuss with other. I don't know. Jo, tak. Raz, dva. Výborně. Tak.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will start technically. 3J7844 is the number plate is the number of the car. Please, it should be a Renault. Please go and repark your car. So it is a Renault. It is quite symbolic because we are talking about urban mobility, so we have to look at the parking issues. So this was a technical piece of information. Let me welcome you to the next of our regular conferences, which because of COVID was postponed. The last one was in 2019 in Jihlava. And I'm very pleased that we can meet again face to face. This time I won't speak very long. At the beginning, I won't explain to you what the urban and active mobility means. I won't tell you what's ahead of you in this conference, because I think it could be like a thriller. You won't be able to tell at the beginning where you are going, and in each presentation all these stories will be disclosing ahead of you. So the story of the conference will come then. I would like to ask Mayor of the Jihlava Chartered City, Karolína Koubková, for her introductory words. Welcome to Jihlava. I'm glad that the conference can take place in our city. It's been said here that there was an issue with parking places, and I came by car also, and I was really feeling very bad because I was going to such a conference only a short distance by car. I had 3 difficulties on the way, and I already started going by bicycle, and it's really great and comfortable to shorten the path, to shorten the route, and to be always faster than if you go by car. So I must acknowledge that all these cycle tracks, cycle routes, and cycle lanes that we are building really make sense. You may have noticed Jihlava, there is quite a lot of construction work going on in Jihlava, and our citizens are not very happy about it, because after 2 years of COVID and no constructions, the roads had to be maintained, and we have also bike sharing, where Jihlava has gone a long way forward, and our people do use the shared bikes, and I'm very glad for it. In Jihlava, there is one special thing. When we start talking about something, about a new product, about something new, we always say in Jihlava it wouldn't work here, because Jihlava is far too specific that it could be successful in different things that are successful elsewhere in the world. So we thought that nothing could operate here, such as bike sharing, but now we have over 3,000 shared applications, and I'm very glad that it works well. This conference will be full of very interesting topics, mainly with respect to the barriers. This is the biggest topics because infrastructure has been built for cars for many years, so the change will take some time to take. And it is the most important to realize that people are driving cars and riding the bicycles, and they all need to get somewhere, and then we need to be considerate and we need to be respectful for others. I can see that the atmosphere here is very good, and you smile at each other, and I hope it will be so throughout the conference. I hope you will enjoy your stay in Jihlava. I hope you will go to the city center and see our beautiful town. That's all for now. And one very important thing, I'd like to thank Mr. Vymazal and Mr. Martinek, the organizers, for organizing this conference here. Thank you.
Možná někteří z vás...
Maybe some of you ask what this should mean. You know, every conference should have a kind of carrying idea. If you have looked at the agenda of the conference, you know how the lectures go, but who has looked at the topic of the conference? It is also on the website. The topic of this conference is about destroying barriers between us, about breaking the walls. It is about approaching, it is about shortening the distances of us people. I like walking, I like cycling, I like driving a car. I came here by car as well. From Olomouc, it is quite a long distance to walk, or the Austrian delegation have come perhaps by train or by car. Or by public transport, and it is about shortening the distances. We are friends, so we have no conflicts and no barriers. But as soon as you leave this conference room and you get back to your cities, you may find barriers. And this is the topic of this conference. 20 years, we have been dealing with education, we have been absorbing information, and then you look at the people and where is this information? Where has it come? Where has it gone? And this is the topic of this conference. Before I introduced this. This is the Kanci paní Nadlesní, the band from Brno. Yesterday, when I spoke to them, I tried to explain to them, you are not here like a kind of entertainment who will play and we will applaud. Sometimes music can express more than the words. So I asked them to play 3 songs. The 3 songs are supposed to approach some human words. So welcome to the conference of active mobility. If it is about the barriers, so the first 2 lectures are about people, not about barriers. It will be about 2 stories, how the people experience the barriers in their cities, in their streets, in their small villages. And the first one will be presented by Stanislava Veselková from Prague, Suchdol, who will tell her story. The floor is yours.
I'm not used to speaking on the mic. Dear changers of the cities, dear friends, we need walls. We need the walls when it comes to the physical walls. We need the walls when we prepare for something, for example, for presentation, when we need to go to sleep, when we need to hide against the sun heat. But when the walls are emotional and spiritual, these walls create the obstacles, barriers. The emotional walls are here, and we think that someone wants to hurt us, and we let the wall grow up. And the spiritual walls are the walls which are created here, inside our minds. I give you an example. This morning, I was looking at Facebook. I'm a parish priest, and I follow Facebook. And there was a contribution referring to the global cycling event, which will be held not only in Prague, but also in other towns. And one man wrote, "When will you understand that Prague is not Berlin or Amsterdam, and that the cyclists cannot adopt the right to use their rights here?" And my answer was, when will you finally understand that those who would like to change for the bikes, but they need a safe infrastructure, when do you understand when these people do it, you will have more space to drive your car? And he did not respond to my answer. The walls. We need emotional and spiritual walls, but we need to break through them. But the ditches are something similar to the walls, because these are dug deep. Sometimes it takes a very long time to make such a ditch. And sometimes we even do not notice that some ditches exist here. And I would like to tell you a story from Suchdol, where we moved in 2006. When we moved, I found out that this part of Prague has been fighting against the 6-lane highway international highway, because this highway is intended to be built near people's houses, near protected areas, near beautiful environment, because Suchdol is one of the few places which is being pristine still. And there is also a very healthy northwest wind which blows into the Prague. When we moved to our new house, I quickly integrated into the local activities. I was distributing the leaflets, I was participating in public hearings, and at one such hearing I was sitting next to the two ladies, and I was listening to two guys from both sides of the Vltava River. And these guys were explaining that the situation must be solved differently. And one of the ladies sitting next to me was really afraid that those people will win, those changers will win. I always speak truth. I am a parish priest, and I was always taught to be speaking truth. Now I am doing my presentation here and telling the truth as well. Even at that time, I knew that some ditches are being created here. I live in a very narrow street in our location. It is just street for one car. And there are no sidewalks. And we have a lot of tourists because, as I said, we have a very nice environment around our house. Horses, people walking the dogs. Are quite frequently seen there. And the traffic was increasing steadily in our narrow street. And sometimes we also saw the trucks trying to go through this narrow street. And me and my neighbors, we agreed that we have to do something with the situation. But it took 2.5 years to start the negotiation with the local government. It was a big surprise for us because we didn't know that it is not only our local government, but about many, many other institutions and offices which need to respond to our challenge, to our submission. What was installed were some barriers, and some drivers stopped going there, and the result was that the situation improved. We do not have such a heavy traffic just now because of these barriers, which we are very happy and glad about. But what also happened at the very beginning of our actions, I said, dear neighbors, but you know that we have an opponent opinion on the highway, because I was totally against the highway, and you said that you do not mind it. Because at the beginning we were a bit sad, because we did not know if we can come to a conclusion, to a common decision. So at the beginning I said we'll be only trying to solve our street. But in the end, the truth was that all our neighbors became inspired, and some of them also changed their opinions regarding the highway. And they were inspired by the methodology of the urban mobility plan. I'm not sure if I'm quoting the right name of that program or plan. And they changed their opinion on the highway as well. I was also expelled from one Facebook group, but it was not primarily because of this narrow street, but the reason was that the Facebook group became vulgar, and people were against Petr Hale, because he was against the highway and also against the new runway at the airport. Petr means rock, so he is still protecting us. However, this Facebook group became so vulgar once the people learned that we will make some changes and adaptations in our narrow street. So the result was that I was expelled from that Facebook group. And then people explained that I was the one who was creating a very bad mood in the Facebook group. And that was the reason that I was expelled. So to sum it up, for the last 30 years, due to the incorrect transport policy of the state and the city, the people experienced the walls and the ditches being created among them. But our case showed that situation is not lost because our case was successful. We won, actually. And we are making small steps, but these steps start here, in our soul. I would like to tell you one more thing. Responsible persons are here not only to try to solve technical matters, but especially to be engaged in the issues of the walls and ditches which had been created among the people. Those responsible people are not here to build the new ones. And one more thing, to finalize my presentation, I need to say that every citizen has its own responsibility. We all are responsible. We all have the obligation to tear down the walls and to cover the ditches. Thank you very much. Sometimes it's good that me, as a moderator, I do not need to add anything, which is this case. But I have another story here from Moravia, from the Olomouc region. I would like to ask Martin Riffler to take over.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I'm not such a good speaker as Stanislava, so I have made a sheet which I'm going to use for my presentation. My name is Martin Riffler. You could have seen my information on the website. My whole life is connected with some bike riding. And what I prefer doing is cycling with my wife. I ride about 20 kilometers a day and go to work. And because I use bicycles so often, I have been invited by my friends, Mrs. Vrtalova and Mr. Martinek, to become an ambassador with my project. At the beginning, I would like to be quite informal. I'd like to thank Jitka and Jarda for inviting me and also to the Partnership for Urban Mobility and the Jihlava city for organizing this conference. I was here in 2019 on holiday, cycling holiday, of course. And I love this city. I love this region, Vysočina. We went to Třešť, Třebíč, or Žďár nad Sázavou, and it was really beautiful. The Jihlava city really enchanted us and inspired us by the beautiful meadows in the Legionnaire Park. And when we were passing by now, so there are still no flowers, so maybe it is too soon for the flowers to blossom. My holiday, I have made two observations, and that is that if you are going to the Vysočina region, which is the translation for highlands, do realize that there are some hills here. And the second thing is you should not be ordering a hotel near the container center, because then you won't be able to sleep until the time you would like to. I would like to tell you about the project of connecting by cycle tracks Zábřeh na Moravě and Mohelnice. This place this place has been very problematic, so we have organized the cycle track and built it, but of course there are other directions which are also troublesome. There is a lot of commuting by many people who commute for work, and they don't use only cars and buses, but also bicycles. It is true that there is a cycle route which should serve for connecting these towns, but it is more for cycling, for cycle tourism rather than commuting to work, because nobody wants to get to work dirty, because most of the cycle route is along the dirt tracks. I live in a village, and I'm quite busy with working around the house, and I can't do cycling so much at weekends like people who live in towns, and that's why we commute to work. It is like our compensation. So what I would like to talk is the section between Vlachov and Libiva, and this is where I go to work every day. It is a section of the road 1/44. It is the main road connecting Olomouc and Jeseník and Poland. About 22,000 cars a day pass along this route, so every day there are accidents and there are some fatalities as well. I have thought of an idea of building a safe cycle track for cyclists. I started looking into this, and the Olomouc region at that time issued a concept which will make this kind of complete network, and this route is also part of it, connecting Vlachovice and Libiva, but there have been quite a lot of problems in terms of ownership of land, and also some bridges would have to be built, which would be quite difficult in terms of finances as well as technicalities. We thought we we were discussing it with the police if it would be possible to build there a bridge, but they rejected it. It is quite problematic. I discussed it with the mayors of the municipalities around. I also addressed the regional governor. Then I started collecting the signatures to the petitions. Only I was just not sitting anywhere in the middle of the village, but I was really at the place where the path or the cycle track should be. I suggested it would be between the railway. It's about it's the place Lukavice-Libiva, which is about 3 kilometers, which is partly impossible to be used by cyclists because the agricultural machinery use it, and there are some parts of the panels, there are some concrete parts, and the farmers kind of made a dirt track, and then the state gave it to their ownership, and no other traffic was there. That's why it would have been necessary to make a new cycle track or to repair the current dirt track. In terms of the land ownership, so it belonged to the Mohelnice municipality, and the agricultural company was the owner of this road. In 2020, I instigated the negotiation, which consisted of the meeting of the relevant mayors. We agreed on repairing the dirt track. The major problem was there to convince the farmers to allow us to repair it. This year, there was also another possibility, which was the repair of this section, because in the section of about 2 kilometers, there was an overall reconstruction of the road 1/44, where the surface layer was ground off, and this material could have been used for repairing this dirt track. There was material available, also the machinery, and I even agreed with the owners, the buying of this material, but unfortunately the municipalities refused to participate financially in this. The mayors of Lukavice and Mohelnice, they did not cooperate. And the major issue was that this agricultural company agreed with the company without any sharing, and they just repaired only about 800 meters at their cost. Furthermore, the farmers didn't like anybody else to be involved financially, because the entire section could be repaired, and in 5 or 6 years the people would not like the fact that Lukavice or Mohelnice would have been involved, and the farmers would destroy it with their heavy machinery. So I can imagine how difficult it would be. It was a great pity, because this material from the surface of the road was available, and it was a major chance to repair it. The only success that we achieved was that we I agreed with the company making the repair of this I/44 state road. I agreed with them to make a side of the road broader for the cyclists, and I'd like to thank the guys who were involved in it and who allowed us this. In 2022, we organized a joyride supported by the local TV station. There were about 40 people who wrote the entire problematic section, and we went through this problematic section to highlight this issue. Then there was the next joyride was later on. There were fewer people than 40, and then I was showing another possibility of a cycle track elsewhere. It would be less difficult in terms of the buying in the land, but unfortunately the mayors did not support it either, because the bypass of I/44 is going to be built, which will bypass the Libiva municipality. So the mayor said that it was not necessary to build the cycle track because there will be a changing of the categorization of the roads, so there would be a minimum traffic. So he did not consider the cycle track to be built as a priority. So after 2 years, there was a final conclusion that the dirt track wouldn't be repaired because of the agricultural company. Then I was thinking about the possibility of moving some agricultural material, and I tried to talk to them about some relocation and finding a different storage of their materials, but the farmers still wanted to use this section for storing the agricultural material. So it would be a waste of money to repair anything. So the new alternative route was rejected at the very beginning. I'm sorry if we go through all the regions of the Czech Republic and we see beautiful cycle tracks. So I'm sorry that it is not possible also in our surroundings that only roads for some long distance tourism cycle tourism is that it's not possible to consider also those who commute every day. So what would I like to say at the beginning? I sometimes hear from people that I'm crazy for using this track for cycling. So this is obviously the call from Minister Koubka, who should be here, and he's just telling me that it is not possible to have the cycle track. Mr. Koubka, Minister, told me that, has just called me that he will come in the afternoon, but there will be no cycle track. So in conclusion, after 20 years of using this track, I consider myself as a part of it. Sometimes the car drivers refresh me with their windscreen wipers. Sometimes they just don't like me there sometimes. You have spoken about the lowering the barriers and breaking the barriers. It may not be true that you won't destroy the wall with your hat, but maybe it will be possible. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the work you do. You do it well, and you don't do it only for yourselves. Thank you very much.
You might ask a question, why we had this presentation here? Tomorrow morning there will be a presentation block referring to European transport network for cyclists. People from different nations will have their presentations. We will speak about PEP strategy, about the support, which will refer to the support of this mode of transport. There are many problems, many obstacles and challenges regarding this topic. I am a coordinator for a nation here. I'm not able to help Martin here. This is something I wanted to emphasize. We can do whatever we can try our best, but the result might be that the cycle route will not be built.
Jeden lepší než druhý zatím.
Tak jo.
Just now, if you can hear me, is there anyone at home? Come on now, I hate you feeling down. I can ease your pain and get your feet again. Relax, I need some information. Just the basic facts. Can you show me when it hurts? There is no pain you are receiving. Our distant ships move on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. In this movement I can hear. comfortably numb. Okay, just a little bring back. There'll be no more, but you may feel a little sick. Can't you stand up? I do believe it's rocking. There'll be no more food show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pay, you are receding. And distant ships move on the horizon. You are only counting through the waves. You live to move, but I can't hear what you say. When I was a child, I caught a fleeting glimpse. I've gone on my way. I turned to what I was gonna go. Can't put my finger on it now. The shadows thrown, the dream is gone. And I've become comfortably numb.
I would be glad if we can remember one thing. Martine, sorry, we did not succeed. We have financing, we have a good organization, but something is still missing. We do not know how to communicate. The impact and importance of communication is being underestimated, and therefore the next presentation will be about communication. I would like to pass the floor on to Petr Král from the University of Economics and Business, marketing field. Good morning. I'm really happy to be here. We have been speaking about sustainable urban mobility with Peter, so today I'm very happy that I can inspire you how marketing can help you to break down the walls which are here among the people, and why you should be also considering marketing as a part of urban community. When I was trying to compile our presentation, I was thinking about the investment in infrastructure and about the fact that usually after such big investments, marketing is left without any investment, even though this is a tool which can make all the measures more efficient and sustainable. And what the mayor of Jihlava said here, sharing of the bikes, it would not be possible to implement in case they hadn't had any investment and any marketing regarding bike sharing. So I was trying to find out what it means to live without marketing. So I found two guys selling T-shirts, each at 450 without marketing. So when you buy this T-shirt, you actually buy a T-shirt without marketing, but actually it is marketing, because otherwise they would be not able to sell them. But as you can see these pictures, you can understand what I mean, because very often marketing is underestimated. Do you want to have a T-shirt without marketing sign on your breast? And this is a title from the best marketing book, All the Marketers Are Liars, by Seth Godin. The title is marketing title, which is very true. The marketers are not the liars, actually, because marketers are telling the stories, and they like these stories, and people can get connect through these stories. So these are the stories which will tell people, and these stories must be always about the people. About the people not like me, but about the people on the other side of the wall, which I can actually influence by the marketing, and which I can address through this wall when I tear the wall down. When we speak about the urban mobility on one side of the wall, and on the other side of the wall there are people who do nothing actually, and who do not know about us, that we are on the other side of the wall and we are crying urban mobility. And the marketing is actually the tool how to make a hole through that wall. So the story must be interesting, must refer to the stakeholders, must be inspirative, and must be actually full of truth. The whole marketing is about stories. If you find the stories, then you only need to find the paths, the ways how to communicate the stories to responsible people, to be able to attract the people and to force the people to start hearing or listening to your stories. Marketing is not a rocket science. It's a very simple, science. First of all, I need to find a man, or I need to identify whom I need to talk to. Secondly, what is the content of the message which I would like cry through the wall. And the third point is how to do it. So I would like to give you the answers to these three questions, a brief answer, because I would like my presentation to be inspirative for you. First of all, we need to set a goal, an objective. What I need the people on the other side of the wall to do. Sometimes we have too many rabbits, and too many rabbits, this is the hunter's death. What I want to say actually, if I would like to start with the marketing, I need to identify just one, the right rabbit, and exclude all the others. So as I said, I need to identify the person whom I want to take to, and also the target group. Who are those people on the other side of the wall who will be interesting for me to talk to through that one rabbit I identified at the very beginning. Some of those people will help me with the communication, because they will become a part of the communication. And I'm not speaking only about the people from my side of the wall, but also about the people from the other side of the wall, because they would like to hear what they did not know about at the beginning. So I need to create connections on both sides of the barrier, of the wall. This is exactly what the CityChangers do at the moment. But some people are here and you will not be able to talk to them. They will not like to hear you. Some people will never change their opinion, like this person on the slide. So do not try to persuade someone who does not want to be persuaded. Never, ever. Donald Trump showed us the other side of the marketing, and this is also one of the reasons why some people are skeptical regarding the marketing. So Donald Trump was building high walls for marketing, and it was his intention. And when he understood that he cannot persuade some of the people, he tried to persuade them not to vote, not to go to the election. So this is very important. You need to have in mind that there are some people actually you do not need, or it's not worth addressing them at all, because they will never change their opinion, and those are the people you will never count on to be actively involved. And to be able to talk to people, I need actually to start thinking what is happening in their heads, in their minds, what those people are doing today. Because if I want these people to do something tomorrow, I need to know what they are doing today. When I want those people to start cycling tomorrow, I need to know what those people are doing today. Are they using cars? Are they walking to work? Or what they are doing? What is the reason why their behavior does not correspond to my idea? So why those people are using cars? Because it's more comfortable, it's faster, or why? So first of all, I need to understand what the people are doing today and why they are doing that. And only then I can communicate my idea to them. And I need to transfer my ideas, and I need to persuade them that they should be behaving differently tomorrow. So what those people must do to change their mind. And this is exactly about the role of the marketing. Just now, I need to tell those people something what can change their mindset. Because I need those people to be behaving differently in the future. So I should always try to put myself in the shoes of those people to be able to communicate to them better in the future. And I also need to think about the benefits which it brings. And this is something what I realized when I was presenting at many municipalities, because the people at the presentations usually have the same opinion, but the people around do not have. So I actually can't come up with the idea that all the people have the same interests as me, because sometimes my interests do not need to be the top priorities of other people. And we are speaking about a topic which is very important for most people, but very many people are not interested about it at all, and they have more urgent topics as well. The urgency is also very important, because sometimes we think that our topic is very urgent, but the other people think that it is not for them. So it's quite a complex topic or complex solution here. So I need to properly select what I would like to communicate to the people. And we also need to realize that each person hears about 3,000 commercial messages a day. In America, they say it's 5,000. What does it mean, actually? A scientist calculated that in case you would like to try to remember all those commercial messages, then by the end of the week, there is no capacity in your brain to remember anything else. So objectively, those people do not have a chance to follow all our messages and statements because their brains are full. So how to get through the wall, actually? I need to think about something something what may attract the people, there are many options. You can use a celebrity, for example, Jaromír Jágr. Maybe in some cases it's better to use a local celebrity, or you can provoke. But I think that this provocation doesn't lead anywhere. Actually, this is something what can immediately attract your attention, but it does not have a long-term effect. Or children. Once we speak about children, people start listening to you because it is connected with the emotions. Or the last thing, you can start telling the stories about children, about naked people, and maybe about celebrities, but stories which the people will remember. And they will be able to actually reconnect with those stories. So as I said, the message must be interesting. Because you imagine the situation. Just now, you have been noticed by the people, and now you need to deliver a very interesting message. So this is something what must have an emotion, which can be urgent. For example, when we speak about emotions, children, or something which I can connect to from the emotional point of life. Your message does not need, or must not be too long. I need to be using a understandable language. And as I said, when your message is not urgent, the people might be thinking, oh, it's not urgent, so I will not be dealing with it now, so I will just postpone it to later. So urgency is also important. And also, you should tell the person what you want him to do, because the people do not have time to think about, is it interesting for me, is it urgent, does it refer to me, or what? So shall I do something or not? So it's up to you to tell the people what they have to do. So if you have an understandable story or message, if you tell, for example, a person, we have a plan of sustainable mobility, so people are not interested in it actually. So is it understandable for you or not? So I Googled this, what you have in front of you, these 3 pictures. So if you see these pictures, is it understandable for you or not? So it's not actually. But as I said, the story must have an emotion inside, and some towns have a sort of brands or logos which might attract the people around. And this is the story. As I said, this is not a rocket science. And when you have this, then you need to talk to the people. As Jaromír Jágr here, sometimes you can also involve the media. But for mass media, these topics which we are interested in are very narrow for them. So you can use social media as well, but do not be naive. People will not Google up or YouTube a super interesting video about sustainable mobility. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
So this presentation was really nicely shortened, so we are 7 minutes ahead, which is great. Now I'd like to get back to 2012. There was a conference then as well, and I was shocked by Professor Arendt from Technical University in Dresden, because he addressed the audience. Maybe Radka Žáková may remember it, because she was there, maybe some of you as well. So he asked a simple question. Do you know why you, drivers, should be glad that those politicians support the development of the cycling traffic? Can you answer this question? And I remember what went through my head. I was thinking, what does he want to say by this? Then he paused for a while to allow people to think, and then he said, it is very easy. When a politician manages to convince 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 drivers please leave the car at home, so I can assure two advantages for you, or provide two advantages. You will provide the others free parking places, and the other drivers will not drive 15 kilometers by car, but they will drive 25 kilometers. And then it came, I just realized that it was about the mobility as such and interconnecting of the mobility. I, as a driver, would help another driver, and I connected it with the parking issues. And I would like to ask another professor that I have another professor who is going to tell us about the parking policy of the Czech Republic. So this is by Petr Horský, who is the chairman of the Czech Parking Association, my friend, and it is about the joys and sorrows of parking policies. So the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me here. I'm glad that we could meet here. I have prepared a talk about the parking policies, parking politician, or the politicians who look at this. My name is Petr Horský. I'm the chairman of the Czech Parking Association, and I have prepared my lecture into the digital form, so I will kind of read it because I don't want to forget something, and I want to share everything that I want to share. In any case, the Czech Parking Association is an entity established in 2013, and our goal was to share information, to share experience, to share knowledge. And it is about the fact that every problem has been already dealt with by somebody, and it is always good to say to your friends and colleagues, and this has been done well, and another thing may not have been so successful. We joined the Czech Parking or European Parking Association, and we represent the interests of the Czech Republic. We participate in conferences every spring, and I remember the one in 2016, which was the garden party, which we organized with Jaroslav in Kouty. This was the first big meeting of our association, and the Urban Mobility Union, and everybody liked it very much. I think we have similar thinking, and we do try to make every event with added value. We want to have some cross-sectional element as well. I would like to thank you for inviting me to Jihlava because Jihlava is also the member of our parking association, and Jihlava 3 weeks ago, when we had a conference, had a chance to introduce their parking policy. I hope that in the years to come we'll be able to monitor where the development goes, and Jihlava will be able to tell us their knowledge and experience, and will be able to show also their progress. In any case, I don't have the traditional lecture here for you, so that I comment some pictures. I have prepared about 20 slides, and each of them has its own story, and it is about perceiving the sorrows of parking policies and how we perceive how it is in the Czech Republic. My lecture is not very optimistic. It is more pessimistic, but I think it is necessary to at least start looking at the problematics realistically, and not to have the pink glasses. I personally have been involved with this topic since 1994, and I have done a lot of work in the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and I always remember the time about 30 years ago. There was a totally different time. We were much more enthusiastic, and everything was easier. The mood in the society, the ability to accept new conditions, new projects, and new approaches was totally different from today. Maybe it is also because then it was about personal meeting, about more personal communication. The internet was perhaps in the banks, it was just at the beginning, and Facebook first got into the public space in 2006. So we had 15 years to be able to work. The speed of the internet was not very high, and the computing technology would probably not succeed today anymore from that time. So that era is when we made the biggest mistake. At the beginning of the 90s, at the beginning of the new millennium, we stopped. We were unable to continue the implementation of our new ideas. And this stagnation has been going on for 20 years now. It's a pity because in the 90s it was already obvious where Europe was going and what principles of solution they are and what they are trying to do with respect to modern mobility and modern traffic. And we were quite stuck in one place, and that we are just starting to catch up with Europe. Currently, you may have seen how we are opening the new parking houses, and they are sometimes P+R, but nobody wants to park there, and they are empty, although they had been built for millions crowns. Not many cities are able to intervene with the surrounding place. And if I can park for free in the street, why should I park in the parking house for money? So this is the street and out of street parking. So this ideology is very important. 30 years ago, Europe understood that the best parking place is the parking place in the village, because that the car is not used at all, and we use the public transport. It is the best solution. We always say we will repair the routes and roads, and we will enable people to get as far as the square in the town, and we will enable them to park. But the number of cars is inadequately high, so we are unable to do that, and therefore we need to do some regulation. But the Czech people consider regulation as a great punishment and restriction of their personal freedom, and they are very much against paying 10 crowns for parking. This is a huge barrier, and it will take a long time to get rid of it. In general, we try to avoid payments for parking, and we try to find the ways how to save. There are some funny stories sometimes, like in the digital systems, when we are covering the registration, the number plates and the number of the car, and we sometimes try to find a place outside the regulated space. We put the car on the pavement, on the pedestrian crossing, but immediately here the car starts creating an obstacle, and it becomes very dangerous. It is also because we are afraid of digital mechanisms. All of us who drive a car notice that if there is somewhere if there is a measurement of the speed, so we immediately reduce the speed. And 1% who don't do it only don't notice it. So we are afraid of the measuring machines. We try to avoid them and we try to escape them. The same applies to the digital parking systems. Sometimes the fear of the digital system leads the people to funny stories because they rely on escaping from the machine, and then the policeman will have to come. And I will just be able to just negotiate with the policeman. He will be friendly and he will forgive us the offense. When we create parking policies, we create specific projects. So we pay a lot of attention to defend the kind of gray space, like 5 meters before the zebra crossing and before the crossroad. We try to defend it, defend it, and we don't want the people to park there. So we use different barriers and to enforce the applicable law. And it is strange because we only want the people to follow the rules. So I think that the mistake is that we allowed the traffic law, that it is a kind of loose legal standard that every participant in the road traffic will only use what they like in the law, and everybody has a different way of interpreting the law. They just say, oh, this is within the tolerance, like 2 beers is okay, and but that's wrong. There are specific examples. Recently, there was a campaign, 13 Minutes for Life, prepared by the Ministry of Transport, by insurance companies and the police. And within this campaign, there was a survey, and 80% of respondents in this admit that they regularly exceed the speed limit, which is wrong. And what the problem is, from the mouth of our top representatives, we hear about minor offenses, but minor offense such as bad parking can be also the case when they prevent the fire brigade truck to get to the place where it is needed. So let us please stop using the minor offense expression in terms of parking. This is quite a depressing situation if we see how we perceive the legal standards and how the drivers view it. So this is very bad, and I hope we will get back to the better tomorrows. I had another part prepared about the second wall that our laws and decrees and technical standards create, but it seems that I have exceeded my time, so I'm going to not to present it. It will be part of the proceedings, and I would conclude. So let us start breaking the barriers, breaking the walls. Let us breaking the walls within us. It is only up to us. Thank you.
Well, it's a pity, but especially in the Czech Republic, the parking policy is the most important topic and is the devil of all these topics. And now I will pass the floor. No, Mr. Vymazal will speak about that topic within the urban mobility. The last three speakers will speak or will tell us the stories from Czech cities, Říčany, Příbram, and Třinec. David Michalička will be the first speaker, and he is the mayor of the town of Říčany. Good morning. Well, I will try to make you smile, to put the smile on your face, because there is a lot of sorrow around. But let's have a look at what we can do, what can be done better, because I think that everything is possible when we dedicate some time to our goal and objective. You might know Říčany because of heavy traffic and because of the fact that if you want to pass through, you can't pass through actually because it's so busy. Recently, we have implemented restrictions, like we put a ban on truck passage, and we gave many fines to non-obedient drivers. Me and Mr. Horský, we introduced a parking system in last year, which was interestingly adopted by our citizens, but this is not the topic of my presentation today, because we do have a lot of things which are successful. Even before Jihlava, we introduced bike sharing, which works, and I did not believe it at first. So I think that when you give people opportunity, they will just grasp or grab the opportunity and start using the opportunity. So coming back to the first presentation, which was given by a lady from Suchdol, the parish priest, on the contrary of her, we do not try to tear down the walls and to cover the ditches. In our opinion, it is better to communicate to the person who is building the wall and try to come to a common solution, which can be beneficial for both parties. And I would like to present it on the first example, the Prague bypass, which someone talked here about. This is a bypass which could also follow from Jesenice to Běchovice to the Černý Most, and it is in our cadastral area, and we need the bypass. We want it because in case we don't have 6-lane road, then the cars will be passing under our school, and we are very happy that we came to a common solution with the Directorate of Roads and Highways that the bypass will be built and it will minimize the impact on the traffic in our town. I think that those of you who pass through Říčany, you know what I'm speaking about, because it's really difficult there. So I think that we need to speak about communication, about coming to a common agreement with the other parties. It's not only about ditches and walls. I would like to present a safety cycle track for pedestrians and cyclists, which was built from Prague to Mnichovice down to the Sázava River, almost. When we built the cycling track, almost nobody, including me, believed that it will be a successful project. It was very painful, and it took many years, but the result is excellent. So I would like to motivate all of you to start such projects, because it will take some years and efforts, but then when you see the successful result, you will be very, very satisfied, because it brings happiness and joy not only to you but many people around as well. Our cycle path is called Cycling to Prague. It's not only for cyclists, but for people with prams and pedestrians and skaters. I would like to speak about the obstacles and barriers today which we needed to overcome. There were about 185 barriers and walls which we needed to climb over. So if you want to plant such cycle track near big cities, it's about the plots of lands, because this is the biggest obstacle. This is our location. So we are almost Prague. We have it only a few meters to the Prague sign, the capital Prague sign, but we are happy that we are actually not a part of big Prague. But all the people having plots of land here in our location think that it is really a big potential investment, so they are not willing to sell. Mrs. Pecková, the governor of the central Bohemia, helped us a lot. And our cycle path is going along the railways, so it is possible to use the train in case the weather is bad and continue by train. We had a study prepared, which we call the cycle master plan. It is very difficult, actually, to persuade the people in the villages about anything if you have a long-term plan. And it is also difficult to get the investment, because nobody wants to pay something on the territory which does not belong to him. So I'm speaking about the Prague, for example. So these are the municipalities we are going through with our cycle path. Cooperation with the city of Prague was very good, and the last coat of arms, which you can see on the right, is Mnichovice, which is a village which has a large cadastral area. I have to tell you that they would not be successful without the subsidies. So we have been negotiating the deal since 2013 in ITI, which is a territory in Prague where we fall under. The cooperation agreement was concluded among those 6 municipalities, and if you know those processes, you know that it is a very long-term process. We selected the best solution, then we had a tender, then we found out that it is more costly than we expected, and the project itself took us about 3 years. But the most difficult part of the whole job was plot of land. This is one of the 5th of the whole cycle path, where we gradually tried to negotiate with each of the owner of the plot of lands. Many people told me many times, 100 times, that we will not succeed. They told me, Mr. Novotny, you will never persuade him. Mr. Czech, maybe you will persuade him. The Vltava river catchment, you might agree with him. So such opinions were heard all around. But you know, gradually all the lines became green, and for the period of 3 years we stabilized the cycle path. As you can see, sometimes the path is going through built-in areas. It is not a straight-on cycle track, which would have be ideal. But from today's perspective, I am really happy that it is not leading straight on, that there are some left and right turns, because the cycle track is going through many interesting parts of the villages, through the squares, and it can influence the number of visitors, for example, to local shops or restaurants. So, as I said, it was very difficult. We needed to overcome 185 obstacles. We were building through the COVID period as well, between 19 and 20, and today we are finished. The whole track has 13 kilometers. It cost 150 million Czech crowns, which was a good price from today's perspective. And I can tell you that it is a sensational, it's a perfect thing, perfect project, which helps not only to our village, but many other villages around as well. There are hundreds of cyclists and kids going to school, going for trips. And it is a safe cycle track. Even the kids alone can cycle there. The parents do not need to be afraid of them. Today, you come across hundreds of cyclists, even in winter. It is a big change. I'm coming back to the start of my presentation. I spoke about the barriers and obstacles. And I would like to repeat once more that you should not be tearing down the barriers. It's much better to try to negotiate or come to a common conclusion with the people on the other side of the wall. If you need some information, if you want to use our good practices, just you are invited. We would like to invite you to future CityTech Říčany 2022, which will be held in the end of June, Thursday and Friday, before the railway station in Říčany. It is held in cooperation with Power Hub company, and you will see many innovations, which will tell you what the traffic and transport in the future might look like. Thank you.
So, another lecture, knowledge that we have acquired, so 5 to 6 years is what it takes to build a good cycle track. Now we will hear the lecture of Martin Buršík, who is the vice chairman of Příbram. Good morning. I'm really excited by the speakers who have spoken here, because they have summarized the 4 years in the town hall which I was experiencing in Příbram. I am the first vice chairman of Příbram. And I just said to myself, yes, it's excellent. We will immediately start building the cycle tracks and cycle routes. We would connect the whole town. And it was a mistake, because when I started with this, so I started coming across the issue of parking. It is not an issue to not to be able to ride along the city, but it is a problem to park. Marketing is quite a depressive topic, and the election winner is where a car should be parked. So this was my first 6 months in the office, and with Petr Horský we have been discussing Říčany is much faster to Příbram. So in Příbram we should put in the parking system into operation next spring, but then we addressed Jaroslav Martinek, who prepared a cycling concept for us, and we started doing these two things simultaneously. By two things I mean parking and cycle tracks. I will tell you what happens if you just dive into the issue and start dealing with it. At the beginning, you need something to lean on or lean against. If you don't have it, it's not possible to convince the city council. I was one of the 7 councillors, but when it was about the cycling measures, so it was always 6-1. So I was the only one who wasn't supported. So you will need something to lean against. The best is to introduce the cycle tracks into the master plan of the territory, because then it is a public construction and you can expropriate the land. This is what we don't have in Příbram. The cycling master plan of traffic. So it is part of a big or large master plan of Příbram, and it is really great because you can draw there all the cycle routes. It was supported because the overall master plan included also the car traffic, parking, and it was an ideal marketing tool to change the opinions of the people in the city. The Sustainable Municipal or Urban Mobility Plan, it is what is going to be prepared in the foreseeable future. The cycling concept of 2018, this was the first map where you can see the backbone routes and paths, and you can see here where the priorities are. It is always about the priorities. You always talk about what's more important, whether the routes or tracks, and these are absolutely most important. This is what people are inspired to use the bicycles by. It is necessary to build them, but also to do the minor things along with that. It is like a designation of the roads, cycling pictograms showing signposting of the directions, the 10,000 steps to work, 10,000 whatever to bicycle into the work, buying the bicycles and all electric bikes for the employees of the authorities or the bike sharing services. We are convinced that all this will bring their fruits. The introduction of some cycling pavements, some rooms for keeping bicycles at schools and in public buildings. If you drive your cars to schools, so we know that from 7:30 to 8 o'clock there is a total blockage or seizure of the cities because of the parents driving their children to schools. They are the parking for the bicycles is very important. I use cars, I use bicycles, and I also walk along the city. People have to see it. They have to see that also the officials do it this way. We have purchased the electric cars for the employees. They are electric bikes because it is quite a hilly place. So it is a hilly place, and it's not possible for many to cover them without the battery. So these are the contraflow cycling at the beginning, people did not know what to understand. They couldn't understand it, and it took us a long time to enforce this. You can see here the Šachetní Street in Příbram. You can see the cycling picto corridors, which are linked to pictograms, where we didn't fit into the road or carriageway because of the narrow width. So you can see the mixed pedestrian and cycle pavement. Here you can see. So here you can see this was the former pavement. It was very narrow. And there is a lot of car traffic. We broadened it. People can drive right there. It is possible for this to cater for pedestrians, also with prams, or also with like dogs and cyclists. The traffic here is directed to the recreational area, so a lot of people get there. You can see how it looked when before it was a line, and the cars which get into the road, they had to give way. So this is again the summarization, and that's all. If you are interested in what we have been doing or what we have been tackling, we can talk about it. And at the moment, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
The last presentation will be delivered by Leszek Griga from Třinec. I realized that the campaign which will be presented in the presentation should be awarded the best campaign for 2022 in the Czech Republic. So this is something I realized only now. And according to the applause after presentation, I will myself realize if the award should be awarded or not. Good morning. I am a cycling coordinator and clerk at the Transport Department in Třinec since 1989. So the same as Říčany, we already built some cycle paths. But this is something I'm not going to talk about today. I will be speaking about a project which arose only this year. So when speaking about the walls and how to throw them down, we have just common barriers, which are the standard barriers, such as, for example, fast roads, railways, watercourses. And here the red line, which you can see, is the premises of the Třinec ironworks, which is actually impenetrable area. And this is something what is bad, because first of all, as you can imagine, the ironworks were established, and only then the town Třinec was established around the plant, which is a sad fact. The only connection which is going through the ironworks is street Závodní, and it is going along the watercourse. It is not only the main the main road to the ironworks, but it also connects two parts of the city and two hospitals. And as for the peak traffic periods, I also experience sometimes so-called transport Armageddon, because we have really heavy traffic during the peak times. And the whole Závodní Street starts with the overpass, which is in very dilapidated condition just now, and it needs reconstruction. And after the agreement with the contractor, we agreed that the ideal scenario is a closure for 6 months, half a year. So therefore, my presentation is about 180 days, during which we needed to overcome many obstacles. We also started to speak about the long-term barriers which are here and which need to be tackled as well. For example, the reconstruction of the overpass, the building of the cycle track, the change of the mindset of the people and car traffic and so on, and how to change the thinking and mindset of the people, how to change the mindset from cars to bicycles and so on. So there were many topics inside our project, and we actually started to perceive our project as an opportunity for the people, because people, within those 6 months, people would need to change the mindset. For example, how to get to work by car, where to park the car, and so on. So we perceived this project as an opportunity, and we started to offer cycle paths, the second-class roads, bus transport, because our city is very green. You would not thought that, but Třinec is a very green city. So we agreed that we need to prepare a comprehensive campaign together with the Třinec Iron Works. And my task was to prepare a campaign which will be targeted to certain target groups. And we oriented on pedestrians, cycling transport, and municipal transport, buses. We came up with a logo. We had several options or several variants of our campaign. And as you can see, the number 180 is in here. We also integrated the Emil Zátopek, who celebrated his anniversary in this year. And we prepared several options or variants of our campaign. The entire communication strategy was prepared in our regional conditions. And we also contacted schools and parents, and we actually used the emails which were provided by the school, which were used to promote the events for children. We also prepared ODIS. ODIS means the electronic wallet. It is an application which is used by the commuters or people using municipal transport. And our campaign was also running on the radio and also on local media in the ironworks in Třinec. We also integrated surrounding villages, which were also broadcasting and showing our campaign. For the first time, we also used ambassadors, Martin Adamský, hockey player, plus Mrs. Čišlarovou-Brufkovou, who helps us with the sports activities. Mr. Adamský is the ambassador, is a famous ambassador among public in Třinec. So these two people were very attractive for our citizens. The patronage was provided by the Minister of Transport, Mr. Koubková, and Zdeněk Kohák, the Director of the State Fund for Transport Infrastructure. This is the photo from the month when the minister came to our town and when we spoke and celebrated the projects which we are tackling now. So we try to alleviate the first impact or shock. We also use the help of regional press, because the press actually published our intentional sentence that the transport apocalypse will become on the 1st of March. But it was intentional, actually. We expected severe winter, but it was not the case. But so at the same time, we also started with a campaign for the pedestrians and cyclists. We provided 4 free days for the users of public transport within the whole area of Třinec. We actually do not have a data from those 4 days, but we have a feedback from the public because people were claiming that they have never seen so full buses as during those 4 days. So we think that many people use these opportunities. People needed to try new walkways to get to the transport buses as well. And you see, the people who buy the monthly tickets or yearly tickets will not appreciate our 4 days for free. But therefore, we came up with a new idea because we think that our electronic wallet, which we call Odis, will pay off because you don't only use it for the buses within the city, but also for the trains. So we prepared a very simple registration system, and the people with the Odis could register and they could win awards. And we also integrated Mr. Adamovsky, the ambassador of our project, and the ministry. So each of the Odis holder who was awarded won a free rides. We have altogether 6 lotteries until September this year. We cannot do it without kids, as Mr. Král said here, and we try to integrate as many schools as possible. Primary school, secondary school, and also the nurseries. We draw from the experience from other cities, not only in Czech Republic, but also abroad. For the nurseries, we prepared snake games, who we called EDA. We also involved secondary schools, and those secondary schools or classes actually collect the kilometers, 180 kilometers on a bicycle. And those classes which can manage can then participate in the consequent competition. And we also integrated the kids in a school mobility plan. We prepared leaflets which we sent to the directors of the schools, headmasters, sorry, and we were surprised by the feedback because all schools, even the special schools, which do not exist actually anymore, but previous special schools for handicapped people were integrated. And now we received the photos with the results and so on. And this campaign was not originally as I said, focused on or targeted to nurseries, but these nurseries, or many nurseries, participated as well. And some schools had very good results. For example, some schools have more than 1,000 kilometers which they made by cycling and walking in a month. We are so glad that we also integrated the kids because, you know, due to the bad infrastructure, the parents can sometimes be afraid of their kids when they go cycling or when they walk to school. We used our logos. We prepared our activities, one of them 10,000 steps, 74 individuals participated, and we call this campaign Give Walking a Chance. And we also integrated the employees from the municipality because we tried to persuade the people or to actually push the people to cycle to work. And the campaign is called Cycling to Work. We have 148 participants, and from the municipality we have 42 participants. So this is only a few of our events which we held within the campaign 180 Days of Opportunities. Here you can see the events which were here to promote a cycling tower. We have another event which is called the event of the benches, and we also prepare snacks for pedestrians and cyclists. And last but not least, from the 1st of April until the last day in August, we prepared an event, motivation event for people when they if they walk or cycle to work, they get some days off. I think we are quite successful. I think this is not only due to the patronage of the Ministry of Transport, but also due to the properness with which our campaign was prepared. So I can tell you that some people used to cycle to work in the past, but it has never been as easy as it is now. Thank you very much.
I'm really very sorry that the Minister of Transport has not been here now. He will come only in 2 hours. So I will ask Jaroslav Vymazal to repeat this sentence. If there was a well-thought-out national campaign to support sustainable urban mobility, the winner of 2022 would be Třinec, and we could only applaud. But I believe that in 2023 there will be a national campaign to support urban mobility, and this will be also the topic of tomorrow's block or section, which will be about our campaigns, however, which don't have any umbrella over them. Now I will welcome Mr. Schrek, who is the governor of the Vysočina region. But before I do that, if you were listening carefully, we've done basically the SWOT analysis, the strong and weak aspects, and I will only highlight one sentence, which was the first one said by Stanislava Veselková. Can you tell me what sentence it was? Because this is a sentence which we have to say to the governor because he wasn't here. So the key conclusion of the morning program, can you repeat it? Politicians, you are extremely responsible for active and urban mobility in the Czech Republic. We know that this is a very hard role, but you have chosen it and we will support you. And we have prepared a special song for you, which will conclude this block, and then we will ask you to speak. So we will now hear the band.
Hey you, out there in the cold, getting lonely, getting old, can you feel me? Hey you, standing in a smile, with your feet and fading smiles, can you feel me? Hey you, don't help me to bury the light. Don't give in without a fight. Hey you, out there in the road, sitting naked by the phone, would you tell me? Hey you, with your inner gas, one waving some crowd, would you tell me? Hey you, will you carry the stone? Open your heart, I'm coming home. But it was slowly a fantasy. The wall was too high, as you can see. No matter how we tried, we could not break free. And the worms stayed in this brain. Hey you, out there in the road, always doing what you do, can you help me? Hey you, out there beyond the wall, breaking bottles in the hole, can you help me? Hey you, don't tell me there's no hope. Together we stand, why did we fall?
Mikrofon. Mikrofon tady.
Pěkné odpoledne.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Jihlava. Welcome to the Vysočina region. I haven't heard the morning session. I heard only the last two lectures, but I have heard very good ratings from you. I just come from Hradec Králové, where the internet in state administration and self-governments conference is just ending, focused on digitizing. And last night we spoke to the organizers, and one of the main organizers told me, he said, "You politicians, you have responsibility for the digitizing of the public administration." And there was a minister there, and he took over the responsibility. And I must say that the politicians are responsible, and they do feel responsible also for the traffic, as you have just mentioned. My talk will be short, and I will look at 2 points of view. The first one is subjective, more like a citizen's point of view. I have lived in Jihlava over 20 years, and despite the fact that Jihlava is a small regional town, hopefully you won't get offended. It is a small regional town with big ambitions, and as such, it is facing the issues. Different issues, and it is because we will not be able to expand the streets, expand the roads. We don't have space to build pavements. We won't be able to build flyovers, and we'll have to come to terms with it. I live in a very comfortable place, Jihlava, because when I get in from my home, so I am at the square where there's a post office, where there is a shop, where there is a school for our children, and a lot of restaurants and bars. And this is all very comfortable. What is a negative thing is that in most cases, when I get back home in the evening, I don't have a place to park, despite the fact that I have paid for my parking. Sometimes it is very difficult to load my cart and unload it when I buy a wardrobe in IKEA, so I can't unload it from my car in front of my house. And the worst problem is that if you own the building, the apartment house, because the price of maintenance is getting really high. My wife sometimes asks me why, for example, the road is made of these blocks. And I say because it is tradition, because it is history, and my wife always says, just I would really like you to wear the high heels as I do. It's really great for me to walk along these blocks, but unfortunately we just have to put all these things together, and we have to find a compromise. I made a few comments on my way from Hradec Králové, and it is always about an agreement, about harmonizing things together, and it is always about finding a solution. Of course, no solution will satisfy everybody. Some will be screaming and have some strong words, but I think it's about a social consensus and about the discussion. Some say that whoever offers the parking will win the election, but it is not always the winning shot. You can win once with offering the parking things, but in my opinion, politicians who are able to discuss and involve people in the discussion and showing them different points of view and trying to find a compromise, those politicians will win the election, because they will support the sustainability of life as such for everybody. I am very much supporting people walking. In my opinion, walking is the best what you can do for your health. I also like a healthy lifestyle. Of course, I like some pork with dumplings, but I know that I can only eat it once in a while, not every day. So it is about harmonizing different steps, whether it is walking, cycle tracks. But today people do need the cars. We can't just eliminate the car traffic. I don't know how many of you have a car. Can you show me who doesn't have a car? So very few. We can't stop it immediately. Maybe our children view it differently. They just view the ownership of the cars in a different way, because there are a lot of shared things. I can't imagine having a shared car. I have an office car, which and sometimes I have some difficulties driving after someone else. I am very much in favor of communicating and discussing things, and I'm very glad you have this conference, because I believe you are a community of people who are very much engrossed in it, and they are the bearers of the changes. We've had the World Cup of mountain bikes nearby in the Vysočina region in Nové Město na Moravě, and there were thousands of people really excited about cycling, and the atmosphere that you can experience there, you can experience only there, because they live through the mountain bikes. And if you get there in winter with where there are biathlon races, so the atmosphere is the same. And I think it's really important that we transfer these things into the public space. It is really bad if a politician comes and says, "I know how it should look, because in Barcelona, where I was on holiday, there are some quarters without cars, so we will have the same," which could be nice for somebody. It could be nice, but very often what happens is that that person sees only one point of view. If he or she lived there, they would see that there are different solutions to these places, because people live there, and it is necessary to look at all the aspects, to look at whether people live there, whether they make business there, whether there are banks there, and then you have to go and have a look and have a look whether there are no entrances into the underground garages. So it is always about an objective view of the thing, and it is necessary to look at it in its complexity, because not all the solutions which look fine at the first sight have to work. The second thing is I really like if we make a solution and if we evaluate it, if the majority agree on it, because sometimes, or in most cases, there is a need of the compromise or some democratic voting. And a lot of solutions then in practice show or transpire as not optimal. And it is necessary to learn from it, and it's quite difficult to explain it sometimes to people, and we have to learn from even our mistakes, and to find the best way how to find opportunities for the people. Because if we have towns without people, and I experienced it many times in Jihlava when they told me that if there should be cars in the at the square or not. Some like it, so it's always about the compromise. So what I will say, I won't say more about for the Vysočina region because my colleague will speak here as well. I just say that I support healthy lifestyle, and I do mean it. We invest a lot of money into the health sector. We are establishing 5 big hospitals, but we also want to look at other things. I have learned that we are called as the healthy region, and we are proud for it. And I want to prove it and to show it. This year we increased the subsidies for our programs. For example, project preparation, searching and connecting the backbone tracks or routes. And we have a region which has 5 former district cities. They are of the same sizes, and they all think that they are most important. And it's important for us to interconnect these cities and cooperate on it and create the backbone also beyond our region. This is what I would like most. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. My colleague, former mayor of Jihlava, is sitting here. He is real promoter of cycling. And I'm grateful to him for what he's done for Jihlava and cycling in Jihlava. I also like cycling, and I use the cycle tracks which he implemented, and I'd like to thank him for this because I appreciate his work. Thank you very much and wish you a good day.
Vy jste nám super shrnul dopolední blok, aniž byste...
Well, actually, you summed up the morning block. Even if it was not intended, you emphasized 2 things which caught my attraction. When you have a good idea, you need to stand for it and you need to push it through. You need to be in the forefront. And the second, the most important idea is that the cities must be interconnected. It was genius what you said. And I would say it is a motto of this conference. We should be at least mentally interconnected. All the cities should be mentally interconnected. It is about lifestyle. You said, and I like walking as well. And 90 to 100% could have the same philosophy. And because we are not mentally interconnected, actually we do not know that the other person has the same opinion as me. So we are strong, but as we are not interconnected, we do not know that we are strong. But I think that it will be possible in the future. We will get connected. And there are 2 last ambassador speeches. I asked Mr. Gallo from the Directorate of the Traffic Police Service, because I do not know how it is in Slovenia, Slovakia or Austria, but in the Czech Republic sometimes we fight with the Transport Inspectorate because sometimes he might be successful in our fight, sometimes not. So I think it is very, very needful to speak about these things with the policemen as well. So it's about walking, about cycling, it's about traffic, cars, and so on. So we should find a common ground for the future, police and us. Good morning. When Mr. Martinek asked me to present at the conference here, I gave it a thought what to talk about. And originally I was thinking that I will tell you something, but this is not what happens, because this conference is about tearing down the barriers or walls, and therefore I would like to get myself oriented in this direction. You might expect me speaking about or mentioning the statistics and traffic accidents and so on, but I might disappoint some of you. It's not the case. Last 12 years, I was in the traffic police service. I was a chief inspector in the traffic engineering department. So we needed to give opinion on the transport or traffic buildings always. And I cooperated with the state agencies or organizations at that time. There were like building procedures. We built cycling tracks. We built some types of roads and sidewalks and so on. So many buildings or structures which were intended to be built for the safety of traffic. And during these negotiations, there was created a sort of friendship between me and those officers in those institutions. And whenever we had a meeting, we tried to find a common goal, the common ground for the next negotiation as well. So we always tried to be on the same wave. And there were some walls, but when we tried to get over the wall, we tried it from the right, sometimes from the left, sometimes from the underneath. And sometimes we were disappointed that we just could not get through the wall, so we just made a hole in it and went directly. And very start, as Mr. Michalička said, or the very beginning, or the thorny issue is plots of lands. And the rest can be negotiated. It is always about communication, and many times you have to come up with the compromises. But I need to say that we have always found a way, a solution, even though we had dozens of buildings and structures, even though the projects were full of different defects and faults and so on. So I taught many designers and project managers a new approach towards the projects and designs, because you can imagine there is nothing worse if you get a project documentation which is considered to be final, but which is full of mistakes. So I devoted or dedicated much effort to teaching the designers to present faultless projects without any errors and mistakes. It involved many personal meetings and negotiations during which we tuned up the projects and at which we spoke about potential problems in barriers which might come into the way. And believe it, the process was much more beneficial and simpler then. So this is what I wanted to say about tearing down the walls. Cycling tracks and pedestrian walks. This is a topic which is very interesting, so it should be built. But I need to admit that I drive a car quite frequently. I make more than 10,000 kilometers a year. I like walking in the nature, but I do not like cycling in heavy traffic. This is what I really avoid. but I like cycling in the nature. So that's it. That's my message. Thank you very much.
One more thing I would like to present. We always take the police with us to some bike rides. We talk to them, and then we are very surprised what they will approve to us, for us. So maybe we are lucky about the people. And the last presentation of this session, which will be shorter, Milan Dont, State Fund of Road Infrastructure, but I will admit that I wanted this to hear by our foreign colleagues, whether Austria, Germany, Serbia, and other countries represented here, because when we started this morning session, so some things are successful, some are not. But the entire philosophy about the building of the cycle tracks is what I would like to end by a positive report, that we can sometimes have a lot of money. In the Czech Republic, there is not an issue to get funds for a cycle tracks, but the funds are at the last place. Before that, there are 1,000 issues which will discourage you from this. 90% of participants know what the State Fund of Transport Infrastructure is. So we have the State Fund of 2000, and if there are a lot of projects, so they will be supported because in our country we consider cycle tracks as just change, just very little money. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being able to talk. I'm always worried, however, if Jaroslav Martinek organizes anything, that my role would be more difficult, because he will introduce me in the same way as he has done just now. So, but in a way, he is right, and I'm glad that I can talk about what I will talk about. The budget of the State Fund of Road Infrastructure on the income and expense side is equal, and we have 137 billion crowns. It is not the amount which could be all used for cycle tracks. You know how the buildings are expensive, but it is true that there is some money, and the cycle tracks and other roads or crossroads, you are under the other recipients folder, and this is also the contribution of the region. So the 13 billion is not only there, but I will show you what which we succeeded in. About the contributions which would fit this conference is the category of barrier-free pavements. The next one is cycle tracks, and then it is the crossroads or crossing, like flyovers or underpasses, where there is a crossroad with a flyover infrastructure. It is probably the most difficult case, and we have we have to devote this budget to, for example, bridges. And this is the grant which will cover 100% of eligible costs, which for the municipalities is very interesting. But there are quite a few projects, and we probably won't be able to come back to, for example, a bridge in 20 years and do a decent repair. So what about the money? This is the slide which gives the information about the number of grants and a number of applications. They are really huge numbers, almost 2 billion for barrier-free pavements, 100 billion for cycle tracks, and 17 billion for the crossing for the different level crossings. My colleagues evaluate them in terms of the background documentation provided, and my news which I have received from my colleagues about the cycle tracks. So they say that they are really good projects. So you must have become really excellent in making the projects and applying for the grants. And I really admire anybody who is able to build 1 kilometer of a cycle track, because the effort that you have to make is just amazing. And the grant that we give you is only the last thing. So what about the budget and our situation with the budget? We have some extra funds from the renewal fund, where there is 600 million crowns. We have some funds saved from the past periods, and if we there is always, when we approve the grant this year, so you will probably build the next year, and therefore we have adopted a possibility of a promise of the grant, so that we know what we can afford to approve. So these are the actual numbers of the past. This is the diagram what we have granted in the previous years. The 2 COVID years were extreme because we always had a thick line where the available funds ended, and those who had good projects but didn't get across this line, it was bad. They didn't receive the grant. But in the 2 COVID years, the enormous grants were devoted. Like last year, it was 1.2 billion for the barrier-free pavements, and the same applied to cycle tracks. You can see that both these COVID years, over 700 million were granted for cycle tracks. In the past, we had problems finding the projects which we would like to pay. And in many years, you could see that we had to make the second round of the applications to inspire people to find more projects. And therefore, we recognize sometimes the preparation of project documentation when we contributed, and we no longer do that because it is quite demanding in terms of administration, and you no longer need the motivation because there is an excess of applications over the means, over the funds. I can't imagine at the moment what situation there will be in the future. We have some new members of the State Fund of Transport Infrastructure. We have a new Minister of Transport, and we don't have the experience yet in what way, how we will be able to strengthen the budget in terms of the grants. Because the requirements are coming from all sides, mainly with respect to the growing prices of building materials, and it will be up to the political decisions how many applications will be satisfied. You will find all the information on our website. We newly prepared this website, which is the Czech Republic Without Barriers. It is our promotion of our work, but probably we won't be able to administer more projects than now. But anyway, we prepared this website, the Czech Republic Without the Barriers, where you will see the example of the application. There are different explanations. So you will see what you will have to do, in which phase, what documents you will have to submit. So this is the aid for you. And these are some cases, some successful projects, completed projects. Will be including our pictures, of course, with your approval. And eventually, we have got involved in the Cycling to Work project. The team regularity is greater than 80%. And today I came by train, which was more difficult than going by car, but it was a really great feeling. So it is good to not use cars in May. Thank you for your attention.
No, uvidíme. I would like to thank to all speakers to be on time. The lunch is on the second floor. Who of you would like to participate in our cycling tour at 2 o'clock, please stay here, because we would like to divide you into two groups. So if you want to attend, please stay here, and we will count how many people would like to participate in the cycling tomorrow. So two groups. One can go for lunch, and the second, the persons who would like to cycle, stay here. And we will start at 2 o'clock.
Děkuji. Ta města, je to lepší, která ta města potřebují. Takže nabízíme tam zítra projížďku, je to rozděleno do dvou takových bloků, že ten první blok by byl, že bychom ukázali pár takových zajímavých realizací na území města Jihlavy. máme na to 2 hodiny. Kdybychom to chtěli všechno projet, tak to je aspoň den potřeba, protože už je to, dá se opravdu jezdit velmi pěkně po Jihlavě na kolem, zajímavě. Takže ale to zkrátíme a potom ta druhá věc je, tak jak tady bylo i hovořeno, je potřeba se zajímat nejenom tou cyklodopravou uvnitř měst, ale
Sorry, we didn't know that it should be translated as well. So this is the information about the cycling tour tomorrow. Jihlava as a town is a city for commuters, so many people commute here, but still they use cars. But we do have cycling or cycle route, as Mr. Michalička said. We built cycle track in 2008, which includes 27 villages and municipalities. So I need to say that actually we have 27 parts of cycle routes, and there is one which is very successful, which is above Jihlava, and it goes along the river Jihlava, and it goes along the flat country. And, for example, it is also good as a positive impact on restaurants which are nearby the tracks. There are cultural restaurants and cultural facilities and guest houses and so on. So where the infrastructure was built, these additional activities are successful as well as Castro and so on. And just now we know that the number of people commuting to Jihlava increased, and the villages around Jihlava have problems with the cars as well. So they are trying to persuade the people to commute to the city by bicycle. So it was a long introduction into the cycling trip tomorrow, but I need to say that if you are interested, that was about the first block, and the second block of cycling can be down to Konička, which is 15 kilometers down and 15 kilometers back. Or we can cycle to one more implementation as well. So due to next bike, which we use for bike sharing, we have many bicycles which you can borrow. So if you don't have your own bicycle, those bicycles will be prepared here at the courtyard of the hotel, and we can set up the journey. And it is a sort of free of charge. You do not need to register anywhere. You do not need to log on. If you know what next bikes are about, these are the municipal robust bikes. These are not mountain or trek bikes, but so I want to say that it is quite a heavy bicycle. But we selected those bicycles next bike because they have 8 transmission gears, so it's quite easy to go uphill as well. And I think this is also one of the reasons why people consider, passengers consider those bicycles successful. Mr. Petuch is laughing now because he's happy. We started with next bike on the 1st of April when the weather was awful. But still, the representative of next bike told us that he's being optimistic that within a certain period, about 250 people can borrow the car, and we even exceeded his expectations because in April we had 400 people using the bike, and now we have 500, and this is not the end of the month yet. And also 5,000 people downloaded the application in April. In May already 1,500. Mr. Rambousek is here, so he is nodding. So actually, in the first month, we had very, very successful results, even though April was quite cold. So I think that these sharing bikes should be a part of all the towns. As Mr. Michalička said, that they started earlier than us, but I was a bit afraid to start earlier before the infrastructure is built. So I was waiting to be sure that the infrastructure is correct and safe. Mr. Rambousek is a marketing director of Next Bike, who is a partner of the conference. Could you tell us something more about the bikes and the whole concept? So I will talk especially about tomorrow. You said that we are on the figure of 500 bikes a day, borrowings, I mean. But I would like to speak about tomorrow. As Mr. Vymazal said, the bikes will be prepared in the courtyard. We have about 42 bikes just now prepared, and the bikes will be open for you. You can use them. The only thing which you would need is to come back to the hotel, because we need to take them to the individual posts later on. It will be a very interesting event, I think, because we haven't had such a big group using Next bikes. But on the other hand, we will use half of the fleet. So there will not be many bikes left for the Jihlava citizens. So once more, the bikes are ready, and we can use this concept in other towns as well. Today we have 25 towns which are using our Next bikes. So we are ready here to implement our concept in other cities, bigger, smaller, doesn't matter. We are here. If you want to talk to us, we are here. There are many more companies supporting the development of cycling, one of them being Next Bike. Mrs. Vrtalová told me just now that even though you do not need to register anywhere, as I said, you need to confirm that you are interested in the tour, in registration, please. There is one block and a second. There are 2 blocks, so please consider your physical condition. And there and back, it's 1 hour there and 1 hour 15 minutes very slowly. Then we can sit for a while somewhere. We can show you something. So altogether 3 hours. So if we start at 4 o'clock, we can finish at 7. So for those of you who sleep here, this is not a problem. So we are prepared here for you. So yesterday I went home at 11:30 at night. From the center of the city, and it was nice. So even cycling at night is nice. So as I said, we will have 42 bikes, which is a very nice platoon. So I think we can start together, and then we can divide the group, because we'll be using the cycling routes, especially those ones. And we are so many people, so we could block it. We'll see. We still have 1 minute. I see Mr. Kratěna from Třebíč, who is the chief of the transport department in their municipality, and he is a transport fan as well. And we had the study prepared which relates to the short bikes in Czech Republic. So we used the figures from this study when we wanted to know how many bikes for sharing we need here in Jihlava. You need one bike at least for 500 inhabitants. And when you want to have more comfortable conditions, then you should have one bike for 300 citizens. So we started with our project as a pilot project. So we wanted to use like the middle solution. So we didn't want to have many bikes which would not be used. And on the other hand, we did not want to order only a few bikes because that would not give us proper results. So Jihlava has 51,000 inhabitants, and the result was 112 bikes. Originally, we wanted 100 cars, but then I explained the philosophy to the director of the company. Then they gave us 12 more bikes for the same price. So we have 112 bikes. And as Mr. Rambusek said, we will use tomorrow about 42 cars. And now I would like to invite you for lunch to the second floor, and at 2 o'clock we will meet here. vezmu 3. Jako, ale já jsem měla jedno tam venku, jo, teď mám druhý, a teď mám třetí a tady budu prostě s těma očima takhle svítit až do zítřka.
No.
Jinak je to 1,3 kilometru pěšky.
Fakt?
Dá se bychom
to,
mohli
jo.
pěšky přes
Jo.
náměstí. A ještě
Co
bychom
akorát
mohli
přes
zvážit, jestli
tenisky.
nepůjdeme na večer s nima do toho klubu, na
Já
Tykance.
ne, teda.
Nemáš chuť?
Já půjdu, tam je totiž to nákupní centrum a já
No.
si jednak tu myš
nějaký?
koupím.
Jo.
A jednak já tady vždycky koupím nějakou dobrou věc. Máš prostě zapnutý mikrofon, nevím, jestli to víš.
Nevím. Podělat, no.
nemá být přesná, takže začneme 14:15, protože čekáme na ministra. It's very easy. We are waiting for our Ministry of Transport that we starting maybe 10 minutes. Bylo by to škoda, aby neslyšel pana náměstka. It's very important to discuss with our Minister of Transport after conference. And yes, but only our director, our chairs, and Minister of Transport. Director is chair is the same. Chair is Jaroslav.
This is the mayor.
That is deputy mayor. Deputy mayor, but it is our chair, our association, partnership of chairs.
The city of Jihlava is chairing the...
Yes. When I prepare a budget for this conference, our association approved Floyd and...
It's quite expensive.
Yes,
So
but
how can you include it in public procurement, the sponsor?
it's a little part our budget. It's only 100,000 crowns.
100,000 crowns is sponsor.
Yes, all budget this conference is 400 crowns for 400,000 crowns. Yes, it's
100,000, yes.
400,000 crowns, Czech crowns.
This is in euro.
It's euro, did it 25 and 20. Moment, najdu si kako. Yes. Ne, 16,000 euros this and for live streaming translators sponsor brings 4,000 euros 25%. pomaličku. Takže já vás všechny vítám v rámci odpoledního bloku konference o proměnách.
Welcome to the afternoon block of our conference. In the morning, we concentrated mainly on a light SWOT analysis, and we also informed you about the weaknesses and threats and opportunities and strengths regarding the urban mobility measures. And in the afternoon, we will speak about specific and concrete projects and concepts. And today, we will still speak theoretically, but tomorrow we will be involved only in practice, and we will deduce some results and conclusions for the Czech Republic. I would like to pass the floor over to Mr. Vymazal from the Statutory Town of Jihlava to present us his first presentation, and the topic is called the urban mobility in Jihlava. Thank you for being given the floor. I hope you had good lunch, and I hope you will not fall asleep during my presentation. I would like to inform you about the results of our work in the transport department in Jihlava. Since 2000, we have been a regional town of a very beautiful region, the Highlands. Altogether, we have 51,000 inhabitants, and we are a member of 3 organizations and associations which helped us to go forward in urban mobility, namely Partnership for Urban Mobility. We are a founding member of Civinet, Czech and Slovak Republic, which is an initiative of the European Committee, which helped us in the very beginnings to share a good practice from abroad. Today, we can also share our good practices from the Czech Republic. Officially, I would like to welcome Mr. Koubková, the Minister of Transport, and we are very glad that he came here because it is a historical moment for us, because he attends a sort of soft conference where we do not speak about concretes. It deserves a big applause. So, we are also a member of a national network of healthy towns and local agenda 2021. So what we have achieved. In 2012, we have established a position of a cycle coordinator, which we then transformed in 2015 into the position of coordinator of urban mobility. We also prepared a plan of sustainable urban mobility, which was titled Jihlava Goes, Does Not Go, which is the logo you can see in front of you. And we also prepared a plan of sustainable urban mobility. The last mobile split before COVID informed us that in the urban transport we have 28% of people, 7% of people are using pedestrian walks and cycling paths, and 30% is car users. The Vienna Declaration. I need to remind you of the Vienna Declaration because it is just 1 year since Czech Republic signed the Vienna Declaration, and we also joined to the obligations ensuing from Vienna Declaration. 5 points: increasing of safety, health of citizens, strengthening of economy, improvement of mobility, and also protection of environment. Nevertheless, Vienna Declaration is closely connected to the plans of urban mobility and the concept of urban active mobility, which was approved by the government on the 11th of January last year. And just now we are prepared to follow the steps and especially to facilitate in implementing the steps not only in national but also international, on national but also international level, because Vienna Declaration involves 41 countries. And now talking about the individual transport modes. So, what we did for the pedestrian transport. We emphasized the pedestrian walks or sidewalks to be barrier-free, so that the not only handicapped person can pass by. In 25, we also adopted the master plan barrier-free mobility. And this is a photo of our square in front of the post office. And you see how we constructed or built all the zebra crossings. Then I will speak about the municipal transport. We have 124 barrier-free stops, which is 2/3 of all the stops, public transport stops. And I need to tell you that in 2007, we did not have any barrier-free stops. So I think this is a good result. We also illuminated zebra crossings, about 100 in the last 15 years. Today it is very popular, but we also try to do it. We also tried to implement it 15 years ago, and I'm speaking here about about new footbridges. In the last 15 years, we built 6 new footbridges, and in the same period, we also built 3 underpasses. This is the picture from the industrial zone, and this is another picture. This is an underpass under a very busy road, and it goes along the river, Morava River. Here you can see again one of the footbridges across Jihlavka River near the zoo. And now speaking about the cycle transport. So the first general was adopted in 2003. At the time, I was not thinking of entering the politics at that time. I was even not thinking about a transport, to be involved in a transport in the city. So it is so far away, so long ago. And I started as an external officer of the city, and the result was that in that year we adopted the master plan of the cycling paths. So the first master plan was adopted, and then in 2001 we built the first cycle path. Today we have about 40 kilometers of cycle routes of all different types, and since 2012 we have been carrying out monitoring of the cycle transport. On the right you can see removed brownfield, and on that spot we built new apartments. So regarding the cycle transport, we have several zones. On the right side, you can see a cycle counter, which we have several of them, because we need to have some statistics which need to be evaluated later on. Jihlava was also an initiator of a voluntary organization or union, Cycle Route Jihlava Třebíč Rábs. And there was a request that the cyclist can go outside the city. So therefore, in 2008, we established this organization or association, and we built about 20 parts of the cycle routes in having about 40 kilometers, which go through impassable areas and which are connected to calmer communications and also forest routes. And mention that cycling routes goes to the borders with Austria, and it works perfectly well from the transport point of view and as well from the cultural point of view and also gastro point of view. And those people, the people from nearby villages also started to use those routes to commute to work, plus people spent weekend days cycling on those routes. So sometimes you see really heavy traffic. The roads are full of cyclists. And as I said to you, to this project, the cultural and gastro sector was revived in the nearby areas. Because Jihlava is a very friendly cycling town, we also physically signed 3 routes, green, red and blue, and we use the hedgehog logo, which is typical for Jihlava. So all those routes are actually assigned or marked with this hedgehog logo. And there is also an application, mobile application, which you can download and you can use it. And all these individual routes and also the goals, the places are well described here, so you can plan very good and nice trips on the territory of the city. So it is called Through the City with the Hedgehog. We also opened a transport ground, which is vast and large, and there is also a bathroom for the public, and it is a place where on Saturday and Sunday many people are sitting there and watching and using the playing ground, and this is an educational spot as well. In last year we also finished the pump track cycling path. As you can see, this is a very unique track. This is the first one of that style in the Czech Republic, because it is a mirror track. So when 2 people start from these 2 points at the same time, one goes to the right and the second goes to the left, and the obstacles or the barriers are identical, so those 2 competitors can actually compete who will be faster. And that pump track was built near the Jihlava River. There is also skate park and some similar structures. And we also mentioned share bicycles before lunch. This is a new pilot project which we started on the 1st of April. The operator is Next Bike. And neither us nor the operator Next Bike expected such a perfect, excellent results. 3,500 people downloaded the application already. People enjoy it, and it is a sort of refreshment in the city, because when people meet each other on a bike, they just share their ideas or photos and so on, and they just stop and talk, have a chat. So it is a very pleasant. Municipal transport, public transport, it is a backbone of sustainable transport in the city. We have a long history of public transport, and we always cared for public transport in Jihlava. We have 7 trolleybus lines, 11 bus lines, and our vehicles can run 3 million kilometers per year. At the moment, 65% of all the passengers use trolleybus, and 75%, we have 75% barrier-free stops. So this is a shopping center which is called Prior in the center of Jihlava, which is actually awful. Those of you who know Jihlava, you know what I'm speaking about. We have two railway stations here in Jihlava. The bigger one is originally German, because Jihlava used to be a German city. 60% of the inhabitants were Germans. And the station was connected by tram to the square, and the tram went there until 1948. From 1943, we also opened the bus transport lines to the square, from Bedřichov to the square. So, what are the preferences in Jihlava? In 1991, we had the legislative preferences. So it means that in some parts of the city, we did not allow car vehicles, but we allowed only public transport, buses and so on. From 2014, we installed a special system which prioritizes public transport against the cars at the crossroads. So primarily, public transport vehicles have priority at the crossroads. And since 2015, we have implemented special lanes on the roads which are intended for the buses. So this is also a good example of the fact how we prioritize public transport. So there are some photos from the implementation process here. Jams in front of the crossroads, but as I said, buses are prioritized. And this is a sort of development or implementation of the lanes, of the bus lanes on the roads, because it is a big difference if you need to queue in a jam having 100 meters, or if you're sitting on a bus and the bus can overtake all that queue. So when we started with those projects, each novelty was actually rejected by the citizens, but after a week, everybody got used to each of the novelty which we implemented. So one must not be afraid, and in case you have a good plan and you have also an examples of good practice from other cities or abroad, then you should not be afraid of implementing new things. Here you can see what it looked like on the Brno bridge when we had only one lane in each direction. Here you can see a jam. And here, on the second picture down here, you can see a special bus lane on the right side and the lane for the cars. So this is a very important improvement for the public transport, which speeds it up and which prioritizes it. This is the map in which the green points corresponds to the crossroads, plus lanes for the buses you can see in blue color and so on. So what is our vision regarding trolleybus and bus transport? At the moment, we are building a new trolleybus line for the industrial zone near D1 highway. Now we use the buses, but from autumn this year, we also expect the trolleybuses to be going there. Altogether, that length is 6 kilometers. At present, you can see that 51% of all the transport is made by trolleybuses and 49% by buses. And what is also interesting are the figures regarding the transported persons by trolleybuses, 63%, and by buses, 37%. And down here, once we implement it, when we implement a new trolleybus line to the industrial area, the ratio will change. Trolleybuses 80 and buses 20. It will be in the end of this year. All vehicles are barrier-free and CNG operated. Gradually, we implement Wi-Fi system as well in public transport, and we also started playing with hydrogen. So I don't think it will take long until we have the hydrogen-driven buses as well in Jihlava. And we think electrically also. We have been thinking electrically since 1909, actually. We are very much inclined to the electricity. This is the information about the trolleybus line to the industrial area, which will be implemented in the end of this year. This is a photo from the construction site, and this is the plan. We also draw some money from IROF subsidy, and we use the money for 3 small local transport terminals, one of them being na Dolech. This is from 2019, and in this year we should finish 1 transport terminal in Chlumova Street, and the plan is also for the railway station, and it should be completed in 2023. But a big transport terminal is planned for the period 24 to 30, and it will be built at the 2nd railway station, and we will call it a Central Transport Terminal. There should be a terminal not only of the international trains, but also national trains. And this terminal should be built in cooperation with the railway administration institution. And I'm also very happy that our minister promotes the development of high-speed railway tracks. And I am very good that the track goes through the highlands and that we will have a stop here. And there will be also 1 railway stop in Pávo, which is near the industrial zone, which will help the Vysočina region in its development. So this is an example of the first small transport terminal, Jihlava Staré Hory. As you can see, this is the end terminal of the trolleybuses. Not only trolleybuses, but also blue buses, which are intercity buses, and it is also connected to the cycling path. And this is a visualization of the central transport hub or terminal at the 2nd station I was speaking about a while ago. So this is a plan. Some more pictures regarding the center of the town, pedestrian zone, which was implemented in 1993. The first one, I mean, this is the sector in which cars are not allowed. Next picture from the same center of the town, and some more pictures here. We also implemented the functional parking concept in the city of Jihlava. In the center of the city, we have residential zones, but we only started. In the future, it will be digitized. And on the 1st of April next year, it should be implemented, digitized parking system. And this is so-called the fifth transport mode. We have 4 dynamic modes and 1 static mode, which is parking. And this is the implementation of the next zones, calming of the transport in the city. And so this is the first park and ride from the Pelhřimov direction. And this is the transfer to public transport. Share bikes. The parking lot is really full now today. And as you can see, really many people who come from this direction are using P&R system and changing for the public transport. So I think that the sustainable urban mobility equals sustainable city. And the object is to have a more beautiful town, because the distances here are very short. And we are here to serve the people, so we are here to give people more options, more opportunities, how to be transported within the city or between their homes and the city and the work as well. And it's not only about the transport, it's also about the parks and benches, about the public space, which should fulfill all the functions which we expect it to provide. So if we can fulfill our objectives, we are pretty sure that we will have a happy and joyful town. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this excellent presentation. Minister, I would like to ask you a favor. Please, can I summarize this conference for you so that you get into the picture and so that you can react to what I say. This conference's name is CityChangers, the changes of the city, and it can be connected with the governmental concept of urban municipality. And this concept has 3 ingenious chapters. Number 1 is about what Jaroslav Vymazal said. Let's create the cities of short distances, the towns of greenery, of good quality space, and joyful and attractive cities. But the first chapter is about engineering, about technical things, and the other things can be only added, like this parking, calming, and the infrastructure is of utmost importance. But how can we achieve the fact, or how can we achieve that people understand that it is such a city of short distances and greenery? So it is the education, it is the awareness raising, and the topic of this conference is communication and the barriers which are among us, and for us to make effort to break the walls. That's why we heard Pink Floyd's song, and we also want to declare the best campaign of the Czech Republic, of the town of the Czech Republic, and you know the city. It is Třinec, because there they just turned disadvantages to become advantages. You have a lot of close closures in many cities, and only Třinec came with just making 180 days of opportunity. So the second chapter of you, the second ingenious chapter is marketing, and you studied it, so you know what it is about. Let us take advantage of it. There are a lot of us who have the same views, and the third ingenious chapter is this is for us to implement it. This next chapter is about active mobility, because active mobility breaks down into two pillars, which is cycling, transport. Here we spoke about transport network. I was very surprised that they were applications for 1 billion, and they are only about 350 million. And of course, they can be contributed with the European sources, but the getting rid of the cycling transport is so this is not only about cyclists, and you had it in your presentation. It is about barrier-free facilities and about balance, and we are getting to the education, learn how to walk 500 meters, learn how to use the bicycle, and if there is great elevation, learn how to use an electric bike. And there are so many of us there are, but we don't know of ourselves. So you have an opportunity now. Good afternoon, everybody. I have prepared the presentation, but I would like to respond to what's been said here, and I would like to react to it, because the Ministry of Transport should be an overarching institution, and let us talk about it by chapters. And this was about I live in a village which is close to Prague, and it's got a lot of problems. This is a place with very little investments into the infrastructure, because all the municipalities around Prague were not invested in. And we had to handle something that is the naming of the main idea, which is the assurance of sufficient technical knowledge of design authorities, design offices, in order for them to be able to design well the roads for those who will use them. It is a technical thing, and I consider it as very important. And this is the basic will to build the city which will be for life, which will create the opportunities for the people to be able to speak together. And this is what I feel more important. Because the people who are governing the municipality have to know that, because they are choosing the architectural tenders, and within the discussion when choosing the winning offers, they will be considering the important criterion, which is the for the city to live as well as possible, so that people meet there and enjoy the life. I do not want anything in this area to be perceived like religion. I am healthy. I have a healthy skepticism, and I recommend everybody to those who ride a bicycle every day and commute to work. So you have to take it from the bigger perspective, because the city of short distances, the city which is well built, or municipality which is well built, it should be making the opportunities in a natural way, not to push it with regulations so that everybody knows what their best way of life is. The well-built city generates the opportunities for the people to meet and to enjoy their meeting. This is well known from many European examples. This is nothing new. At the moment when the architects started to look at how the squares should look, so they should define it as the places where that the place of meeting should have some natural moat, there should be a shade, some natural trees. I will mention an important thing, which is important because it is about the politics, and I will make a kind of bridge to what the government says, which is the program declaration of the government with respect to traffic and transport, because the public space almost always generates a transport mode. And if within the whole country we want to have a modern and meaningful space, so we have to look at transport as a whole. We should not be restricting it strictly, and we should include all modes in it so that they are all well interconnected and well combined, so that they give opportunity to the people to choose. So that they don't serve as religion and to only ride the bike or only walk and never use a car, because there are days like this morning when it would be more difficult to ride a bike and it's better to use the public transport. Sometimes there are some days which we really enjoy walking, and a well-built and well-conceived town and state can incorporate this and create the modes which will give people a choice of and they can choose the mode of transport that they will use. And we are catching up now, and we know that the continuity for a conservatively considering politician is one of the key values. The Czech Republic, with respect to building the barrier-free path, is the long-term support of the state fund of transport infrastructure and the building of pavements, some walking facilities, and this led the towns and cities to create the studies of barrier-free paths, and which is then the condition for the financial subsidy. And they will respect the recommendations of the non-profit organizations and inspire them to create the functional city for the people. Sometimes we are angry because of the strict requirements, but I can now disclose the website českobezbariér.cz, which should collect all good experience. It is the project of the state fund of the transport infrastructure, and it should be collecting the best practice and to unify the design practice. And now I'll get back to the original moment. What is the good projecting of barrier-free routes and tracks? What's the difference between all these terms and how we should put them together? And sometimes even the designers got lost in this terminology. So one of the paths is to unify the methodology and the practice and show them how it should be on the well-managed examples, because life is colorful and we want to give a good inspiration to those who are active in historical parts of the cities and where it is possible to create different surfaces. I know that this is too much detail, but well-built policy and politics means that we should provide the designers with the technical means, but also showing them the will that we need to support them and we want to support them. If we speak about how we should transfer it into the nationwide policy, so we have a challenge ahead of us, and that is that the designers should always remember that the route or the facility built needs to cater for cyclists and for the pedestrians as well. If I look at the practical evaluation of this policy, if we design like bypasses or high-speed railways or other facilities, so it is important that these constructions blend in the countryside with good care, and the infrastructure should count on it. And of course, nobody would pay for a cycle track to be built next to the highway, but there should be some crossroads built which will allow the people to get over the obstacles in the countryside. And always when we make a project, we have to check whether the road infrastructure respects the walking and cycling opportunities and does not create the barriers for them. We know that money is what matters most, and here is an overview of the specific aid to the state with respect to building of the cycle path, cycle tracks, and this is the funding of cycle tracks, 480 million crowns in the years that you can see. Last year, 750 million crowns for cycle tracks, and this year the budget contains 549 million crowns, and we also know that 337 million crowns are available within Europe. So finally, the budget for cycling should achieve some 886 million crowns, and next year it should be up to 1 billion. These are specific numbers which prove our effort to take responsibility and shelter the chapter of central mobility. If we look at this, which is not only what I would represent, but Mr. Semidubsky and his colleague will represent here, and this is good news for you that you have permanent partners at the Ministry of Ministry of Transport that you can communicate with on an everyday basis. And what I will want is to also bring good practice examples from other countries, because sometimes we really can take an example. I would say, for example, Barcelona, where they try to organize the whole quarters and neighborhoods in a different way, so that the automotive does play a role there, and the residents should get as soon as they should, but which would enable better movement of cyclists, but also a good place for other activities, such as like sitting at the cafe, in the outdoor cafe. And based on this, those who come and who are trying to find a good way to, we should be able to give them hand and support it with the examples from the Czech Republic and elsewhere. And it is good that we communicate with you, who are the specialized or experts.
We also need to set up the key parameters of infrastructure of the basic strategic tools. For example, one of the outputs will be the creation of the backbone cycling routes, also for the possibilities of future financing. And this will be the output from the individual regions, and it will be directed to us as the national coverage. And I will mention the legislative group, which is active on the ministry. And there are new fresh tasks for that group, because I'm a man of practice. Because when I see 1 kilometer long cycling track and 20 post signs, then I am really quite fed up, because this does not help good mobility. Actually, it creates a great harm. And then the public thinks that those ones who are implementing those posts are crazy. So if you have some specific information or reminds or notes what your vision of the signposts could be, not only for the pedestrians, but for the cyclists as well, come to us and talk to us, and we will find a common solution. I would like to finalize my presentation with one message, up-to-date message, because I was speaking about the danger of fundamentalism and in the transport, because you know, when we try to incline ourselves only to one side, then we do not necessarily need to understand the other groups of the society. BESIP organization compiled a campaign which I consider very, very important, and the campaign is called Give Respect, and it is intended for motorcyclists and also cyclists. And the objective of the campaign is to inform the motorcycle drivers, not only cyclists, to have respect to the others who are moving on the roads as well. But you cannot speak about this topic with the people who spend the whole life in a car, because they do not understand the cyclists and the motorcyclists as well. And this is something what is very important. So our campaign is intended on those two groups just now. When you look at the social networks nowadays, you must notice every day that there are many, many examples of behavior which is not careful or which is really dangerous and which was recorded by a random cameras on the roads. If there is an objective ahead of us, that objective is to remove those useless ditches and walls and to implement such projects as in Třinec, for example. And if there is a project or obstacle, we should be able to turn those obstacles into opportunities. The same is in Třinec. We do not only need to inform about why we should build barrier-free roads or to build a nice and comfortable squares where it is very pleasant to live. But I think that it is much more important to give a good examples like ourselves, to be a good example to everybody else, to people around us. Because, you know, one of the first objectives of all of us is to remove the hostility of other people and to be a good explainer and to show the tolerance towards a different transport mode. And it should be natural for us. And we are the ambassadors, actually, all of us sitting here. And it was typical for the campaign, Give Respect, because it was mentioned that 70% of all the drivers are also cyclists. And it is very remarkable, because at the moment when I close my car and jump on a bike, then all of a sudden my mentality, my mindset changes or turns around, and the car drivers are now in the shoes of a cyclist, and you know, you have a different, totally different mindset. So it's like 2 in 1. I think it's very good that the campaign was implemented, and in my opinion, I think that we should strive to communicate the objectives of the campaign to the public. In case we are able to create good conditions for friendly mobility on the level of the villages, municipalities, towns, and the whole nations, and at the same time to show respect to the others, and also try to perceive our own movement or mobility in the environment or in the town, not only as an individual act, but also as an individual opportunity which has some consequences. So we should tolerate the others around us anytime when we move around the roads. I think that what I said is the most important topic which is now thorny or hot in the society.
We have organized the conferences since 2000 together with Ministry of Transport, but you are the first Minister of Transport who came and also spoke 30 minutes, which is very positive in this context, and you are not running away. So now I apologize. I have completely failed as a moderator because we have half an hour delay. But because this is such an extraordinary event, I believe you will forgive us, and it will be half an hour here or there. if it helps us all. We have half an hour delay, so 10 extra minutes will not be a problem. So if you allow me, Minister, so let's have the public to ask 3 questions. So if you have a question now, if you want to ask within the context of this conference, so you have an opportunity. Number 1, you must speak into the mic. I have already spoken into the microphone. I was the one banned from social networks. I am from Suchdol in Prague. I am glad that you have spoken about the trenches between the people. I have used this word as well. And in Suchdol, there are 20-30 years of there are trenches which are being built because there is a support of the 6-lane motorway which should be very close to our homes, and there are people who don't mind so much. The Live Suchdol Facebook group was established, and you would be very surprised if you read it. How nasty things and vulgarisms are directed to our town hall, to our mayor. A lot of things are discussed, very negative things. But I'll also say something positive. But let us ask a short question. Let's not have another presentation. So how would you deal with it in the case of Suchdol? As you saw, that the trenches are great, and they have been built by the 30 years of unsatisfactory politics. This is not an academic question, it is a practical question, but I will tell you how to deal with it, but I may not please you. The Czech Republic has no choice but to build the Prague Ring Road. And the technical solutions should be as good as possible. The tunnels are built, and we are making steps for this to be bearable. But if we don't do it, so in many other places, there will be the conditions which are hardly sustainable, and we have to settle the priorities, and we know that there is no other way, although it is a bad solution, but we have to accept the solutions. What I'm sorry about is how it's been presented historically. I don't want to discuss what was at the beginning. It makes sense to make quite practical discussions. I have met your mayor several times, but unfortunately his approach has not been changed. But the state has to make effort to communicate, to argument, and to try to find the shift which would be a more acceptable for Suchdol. If we want to be a country where people don't crash don't meet with unsustainable traffic load, so we have to build the Prague Ring Road. 10 years ago, I tried to, I experienced the efforts to find a different solution for the Prague Ring Road, but the design was not possible. We could not, So there were some unsolvable problems, and we eventually came to the conclusion that a different solution is not existing. But there is a space, if we say this, so for other steps like calming the center of Suchdol or examples from Jihlava, we know them from Rotterdam or Amsterdam, where in frequented city centers there are such modifications of the roads which have a signal nature, so that the drivers know that they get in contact with the pedestrian zones, that they should not be the bosses of the infrastructure, and that should be considered. And this is the way how to push the car traffic into a certain boundaries. I'm sorry for not being able to please you. It would be irresponsible to say something that I wouldn't be convinced about. But my question is, and it is a general thing also for other solutions. If I asked you, if you are on the side of the modern railway infrastructure, it is definitely the best mode of the environmentally friendly transport, so everybody would be in favor of this. But if you move it into the real obligation to build the infrastructure, so suddenly you stop changing the attitude, because you have to be explained why such a key infrastructure is, although it is very good, so nobody will want to have it just next to their garden. And the question is how to design it, how to keep some gaps in the countryside, so that people's tracks to work and to so that they are not interrupted, and this has to be fulfilled.
Martin Lahoda, the second question. Marek Lahoda, sorry. Brno? I'm excited from what I hear from our Minister of Transport, the examples from Barcelona, Amsterdam, and other cities which are a long-term example, good example for us. So one more question. Did I understand it correctly that the ministry under your leadership will lead us to the modification or amendment of the Act on Transport Communications roads, plus it will still reserve the 1.5 meter when a cyclist is overtaken by a car? It is a good political question. I have mentioned several times that I will be very liberal, and I'm not a fan of permissions and bans and so on, which cannot be later on exercised. I am more for the explanation and informative approach. We are preparing the Act number 361. This is the Act on the roads, and we aim for the maximum compliance with the public, and it is based on the grounds that the penalty point system is corresponding, and it corresponds to the level of safety or unsafety of those offences. So the one who will pay for being uncareful should know that he committed a very dangerous offense if the sanction is very high. So this is the way we would like to go regarding the penalty point system. But on the other hand, those offenses which are not severe should not be sanctioned so severe as well. I am pretty sure you may not agree that I'm sure that the life is a very dangerous discipline. So I think that it is not possible to exclude all the risks and threats from our life, because this is the way to health and we will not have any joy in our life. And this is very important for me. So I think that we cannot actually plane all the sharp corners and so on and to have an easy line. And life is really a dangerous discipline. So this is what I really think is true. 1.5 meter from the cyclist. So I think just now that the foresters now think about closing the forest roads and paths, and this is their right, because it is their road, purpose road, and they are entitled to close it, because the foresters are afraid of the fact that if someone records that on the mobile phone, for example, that someone, a harvester or whatever, did not keep 1.5 meter, then it is a big problem for them. You can imagine so many vehicles like tractors and harvesters and so on, which are moving around in the forest. But this is the contrary of what we would like to achieve, because we would like to achieve a common level of understanding. 1.5 meters, this is something what I originally did not accept. I do not want actually to cancel this or change it, to change the act. But I think it has a sense to think about how to maintain 1.5 meter and at the same time how not to be counterproductive for both sides, for cyclists and especially for the cars as well. And at the same time, we need to take into account the point that we are not tolerant enough. And we should achieve a good development of all those principles. And, you know, toleration is a good point. We should not be having a whip above a person's head all the time. Prague region and Ústí nad Labem region would like to raise the question, but we have only one option, so only one could win. The Ústecký region has won. I do not actually have a question, but I have two initiatives. One is under the gestion of the Ministry for Local Development. I am pretty sure that the cycling infrastructure, especially in case of the backbones, should be in the policy of regional and zoning development. And secondly, based on a long-term experience, I think that it would be beneficial to name and actually explain the role of the region in case of developing the cycling routes and tracks. So this is only my opinion. Well, the policy of the zoning development to be bearing the backbone cycling routes, this is what you mean, which will be changed and modified in the future? Yeah, that makes sense, in my opinion, because these these zones and this backbone paths should be a sort of anchored within the zones. We also need to have a vast and large, well, extensive communication with all the stakeholders in that region when it comes to the zoning planning. When I was responsible for the roads in Central Bohemian region as a member of the committee, I found out that some of the of the contractors actually do not have the building machinery to build a cycling path near Sedlčany. By the way, I recommend it because this is very beautiful area and region around Český Ráj. It's beautiful. But coming back to your question, I guess it is very important to establish a mutual and friendly, amicable communication within or among the stakeholders between the municipalities, city, contractors, and so on regarding the building of the cycling paths. Thank you. Nevertheless, Lukáš Erše, the last question, so you can raise the question as well. So after your question, you can sit down within the legislative group and you can continue in discussion. So the legislation department, I think, will finalize what you would like me to answer. My question. All of us sitting here, we try or we strive to make the life in municipalities and towns better. And I have a challenge or message for the ministry. As there is a debt which has been here for 10 years of the ministry towards the public, which is connected to the exhaust pipes of the motorbikes, because the revisions must be done and are not frequently and properly done by the owners of the motorbikes. The situation is as follows. In the Czech Republic, after 10 o'clock p.m., you cannot sit outside or hold a concert because of the sound emissions. Sometimes you can't also have fireworks, but it is legal in the Czech Republic to have a modified, tuned-up exhaust pipe in your car or motorcycle, having 100 decibels, and go around the villages and municipalities, and police can't do anything. So my question is, will the Ministry of Transport be inspired from Germany or Austria, where the police will measure the decibel amount or level at the spot, or will you take another approach? It means, for example, the police can send the owner of the motorcycle to the station of the technical inspection, and he would need to install the sound barrier to his exhaust pipe, which he will remove immediately once he leaves the station. So what will your approach be? I have to tell you that I haven't come across this topic yet. So I can't give you any answer because I do not have any knowledge. I need to talk about it with my colleagues. It's not a tolerable and respectful behavior, I agree, towards the public, but I need to say that personally, I think that the stations of technical inspection should not allow such noisy motorcycles and vehicles onto the road. So when it comes to the modification of the exhaust pipe, it's really a technical question. Thank you very much. I hope you will not disappear, because we prepared a magnificent presentation for you, Robert Thaler. The topic is Klima Active, and this conference is intentionally held on this date, 17th of May, because exactly on the same date last year, the Vienna Declaration was signed, which is about a pan-European program for the promotion of bicycle transport, and the spiritual father of that idea was Mr. Thaler. So I would like to pass the floor over to him, and he will sum up the ideas relating to the whole Europe.
Děkuji. za pozvání. Thank you for the invitation, dear Minister, dear Transport Councillor of Jihlava, dear colleagues, dear partners, I would say, dear Itka and Jarda. We are, Austria and the Czech Republic are working very closely in that field of active mobility together in the last years. And in fact, I will tell you two sides where we are cooperating. Firstly, the pan-European scale, and then about the Austrian experiences. We are now in a very decisive phase. If you look at all the ambitious goals we have already set to become, for example, climate neutral in 2050, Austria is 2040, so even more ambitious. If you look at all the challenges we have to face, not only in environmental challenges or climate challenges, now we have a war in Europe, so we have a really decisive phase and we have to be very careful about our decisions. So that's why one of the most important things I think, and this was also when we started here with the rock band playing The Wall from Pink Floyd, not the whole length, but at least some minutes. This is what's all about. We have to break down our silos. We are still, in a lot of cases, in silos, in sectors, in groups, even in digital silos. You have to be careful. The digitization is also bringing new kind of silos. And this is why it's so important to jump over the ditches and dig holes in the walls. And the Transport Health Environment Program of the UNEC and the WHO is one very unique example in the whole UN arena that brings together three sectors on a ministerial level. So transport, environment and health, which are very important because we can talk about transport and transport objectives. We can talk about environmental objectives, health objectives. But this will not solve the big problems. The big problems are very complex and we have to find comprehensive answers, bringing together the sectors, and that means understanding each other, talking the same languages, because transport people normally talk different languages like environment people, health people. This is all about what I want to tell you, and what we have achieved in this program is a declaration which was signed and adopted last year, exactly 17th to 18th of May in Vienna. And this declaration is called Building Forward Better. So we don't want to build back better. We want to build forward better. We want to build a better future by transforming to new, clean, safe, healthy and inclusive mobility. So this is the big, ambitious goal we have. And this is not an easy task, which will happen from just in 5 minutes. This will need all our efforts and all our courage and all our working together in partnerships. This was a really historic milestone we achieved. And you can see here the picture. That's best regards from our Minister for Transport, Climate Action and Transport, Lady Mrs. Eleonore Gewessler here, and the Health Minister of Austria, signing on behalf of the member states this historic document of the Vienna Declaration. This Vienna Declaration was elaborated by 56 member states, so it's a very half, let's say 1/3 of the world, so to say, and it contains a lot of ambitious goals. And of course, if you look at the political awareness and the political attention which this ministerial event got last year, it was a really high-level event. 46 ministers have spoken from 41 countries, more than 800 participants. Unfortunately, not live in Vienna in May, which is the best season to come to Vienna because of COVID, all online. But it worked. And this was not only about talking, this conference, but this conference also achieved very concrete results. And one of these concrete results I will tell you later on. It's the first ever pan-European master plan to promote cycling. This was is a historic document. Cycling was not recognized as an equal mode of transport so far in European policy. And this is a total game changer, this pan-European declaration. What contains this declaration is, this declaration contains a joint vision of this transformation, and it contains the commitment of the transport, health, environment ministers that they will take the lead for this transformation, because it's not ping pong, so I'm not responsible, you are responsible, the next one says the other one is responsible. No, we need the responsibility of all and the commitment of all, and this was, I think, a very big step forward, that this is now a very ambitious political commitment for this transformation. And what is going on now is the elaboration of a joint strategy for all Europe, for whole Europe, and also, of course, the issue of a clear pathway how to implement it. And finally, it's, of course, the active mobility part was a pillar in this whole exercise. The Vienna Declaration has several annexes, which are very concrete documents about the challenges and the opportunities and the visions, the recommendations, how to overcome the COVID impacts on transport, which are very heavily and severely, and also the Pan-European Master Plan for Cycling Promotion, recommendations for eco-driving, a very important handbook for bringing together land use planning, urban planning, and transport planning, because this is the basics. And finally, the work plan, of course, of the program. So it's a political commitment of the region, of the ministers of transport, health, environment. So this, I think, is a very big achievement. One of the crucial and core parts of the PEP is the working in partnerships. I told you it's breaking down the silos. We have to work together, and the partnerships of member states together with NGOs, with intergovernmental organizations and other entities in that PEP is absolutely crucial for the success. So you see there's several partnerships. I just want to highlight one. This is the partnership on cycling, which is now called Partnership on Active Mobility, where Austria, with 30 countries in the whole region, work together to elaborate this pan-European master plan to promote cycling. And the Czech Republic was one of the most active member states here also in elaborating this plan. So it was a very good cooperation amongst the member states, together also with the European Cycling Federation. Now, what is this plan? It was adopted, so it's now a political commitment, and it's the first pan-European master plan, and it contains a vision that cycling will be handled in the future on an equal footing as the other transport modes, on European level, on national level, and on local level. You see the enormous, impressive number of countries participating. 30 out of 46 countries work together for elaborating this piece of political commitment. And if you look at the content, you can see the overarching objective is to double the share of cycling in Europe. This is the overarching objective till 2030, and that means every country should increase significantly the share of cycling. So some countries may double, some may less than double, some may even more than double, but in average, the overall objective is to double it in the whole region. And when I talk to the region, it's 56 countries. And of course, it's also to increase the transport system's resilience. And one of the key topics is the extension and improvement of the infrastructure network for cycling. We have now big gaps all around Europe, which have to be closed. And therefore, the initiative to establish a trans-European cycling network. That means we have a trans-European motorway, we have trans-European railway network, we have trans-European inland shipping network, but we have not so far a trans-European cycling network on EU level, but also on UN level is one of the big objectives. And of course, one of the most important things to promote cycling is to have national cycling policies in place. This is a very important practice or learning. Countries which have a local and national master plans for cycling are better in their performance than member states which have no national policy on cycling. So this is very, very important, this message. It's not only, cycling is not a city issue. This is a trap of subsidiarity. Cycling is a national issue, and cycling is also a European issue if you want to improve it, and if you mainstream it, and if you want to really have a high share and use the potential of cycling to solve a lot of problems. Climate problems, safety problems, city planning problems. So this is a very important issue. Safety, of course, to increase significantly cycling safety, because this is the unsafe conditions is the biggest barrier to cycle beside the infrastructure, and also the health policies play an enormous role, because cycling has an enormous benefit as the same with walking. It's good for you, it's good for health. There is no bad thing about cycling and walking. So it's a real personal beneficial issue. The benefits are enormous. If you calculate this for Europe, you see it's an enormous important economic sector, the cycling industry, the cycling retailers. It's up to 500 billion euros per year. 12 million bikes are produced. We have a high benefit, for example, also for the regions coming from cycling tourism, and overall nearly 750,000 jobs. So it's a real win-win-win issue when you invest in cycling. We have in this Pan-European Master Plan for cycling 11 fields of action with 33 recommendations, so very detailed. I just run through very quickly. The first one is this national level, the national cycling plan, to establish a national cycling policy. We have the same situation in Austria. When we started a master plan in Austria for the federal level, we saw a patchwork. We saw cities with high share of cycling, cities with nearly less or zero share of cycling, and then we say, okay, the federal level has the responsibility to make out of this patchwork a mainstream, a nice picture. If you want to have a nice picture, you have to put together the puzzle stones and find the mosaic stones, and finally, that means some kind of a strategic concept. And this strategic concept is this national policy and the national cycling plan. So this is one of the commitments of the Pan-European Master Plan on Cycling, that the member states should establish such plans. Second one, the regulatory framework. The traffic code was mentioned already. So, of course, the legislation is an issue, depending on the various institutional setups. The infrastructure, of course, without a good, attractive, comfortable and safe infrastructure, people will not cycle. Only the brave ones will cycle, but if you want to have cycling as a mainstream, then you need, for the families and for the children, you need a safe infrastructure. Then this is also a big chance for economy. I mean, it's a big investment with a lot of positive effects for employment. Then the funding, and I was impressed by the figures of the Czech Republic, how many money is spent to improve the cycling infrastructure. So it's, I think, a really very positive example. So this is, I think, is important. We have to provide the money, and we have to convince also the international financial institutions to provide loans and grants for cycling infrastructure. And you all know these planning processes and the planning standards. So the cycling paths should not be too narrow, otherwise it should be the same like for roads, where you also have to take care when you have the situation of two people cycling together. It's about the planning standards. They are very differing now. It's about the promotion of cycling through mobility management. So it's not only about infrastructure, but you have also to get into the heart and the brains of the people, so to say, because there are bicycle lovers, and there are bicycle haters. So you have to break down this wall, because I think it's every transport mode has a special emotional component, and you have to use this emotional component. Because you see this on the e-bike. The e-bike is a renaissance of the bicycle as a fashionable, costly, with a high status, dedicated way of mobility. So the incentives are important. The health and safety issues, you see that cycling is a tool to promote physical activity and your personal health. We have established a health calculator. You can calculate very easily the health impacts, the positive impacts. and monitorize it, so you can calculate what does it mean if you, what amount of money you save when you invest in cycling. Statistics, a very poor situation in all over Europe, a real shame. The statistics are really full of gaps. And what we have to change is this. This is from Vienna. We have this electronically counting system where the people can also see how many cyclists have already passed this station, which is very good for the, let's say, the awareness raising, so that you are not alone. Cycling tourism, I think this is a success story. I don't have to elaborate further on. In Austria, for example, every river is, has a tourism package with cycling. So that's, and I think the Czech Republic is also very, very well known for this kind of ecotourism. New technologies. This, as I mentioned, the e-bike. We have now achieved in Austria and in a lot of other countries a real e-bike boom. The e-bikes are changing the behavior of the people. People which have never want to have, which never want to go to a bicycle, now they buy an e-bike, a very costly one, and then they bike again. That brings new problems for the infrastructure and also for the storage. So this is a real big economic progress. And finally, it's also a very important issue, a learning from the COVID situation. Walking and cycling are absolutely important for having resilient cities. Without a good infrastructure and a good functioning network, it would not be possible to, let's say, survive in such situation. So these are the very concrete actions within this pan-European master plan. And if you look on the outlook, what we are now doing is based on this, we will expand the work to a European master plan of active mobility. That means we will also integrate walking into this package. We are now in the phase of planning a pan-European competence center for active mobility as a center of excellence and assistance. There is one very special focus on helping countries to develop national cycling plans. And last but not least, this is very important one to elaborate for the first time a trans-European cycling network. Now we have the political commitment, the UNEC already started. There is now a process on the way that we will have a pan-European, trans-European network of cyclists. And this will be also very important for the EU. I mean, there is now the 10T revision ongoing, so it's up to the French presidency and also to the Czech presidency, because you are the second half of the year. A very decisive document, the 10T, where we can use this opportunity to integrate cycling and active mobility also in the Pan-European network. Now, this is the plan. You can see, I can show you that this is not only online, it's also kind of paper. What we have already started is the Pan-European Master Plan on Walking, an initiative jointly with the French government. And within the Danube Cycle Plan projects, what this conference is part of this, we already work together with the countries in the Danube region to promote the establishing of national cycling plans in the member states. So it's a very good learning exercise and sharing good practice between our members and our colleagues in the region. The final gain, the final target is and the final objective is the establishment of this network of cycling routes in the countries, which is then the part of the trans-European cycling networks. So, money makes the world go round. This is also very true for building cycling infrastructure and raising the interest of investors in cycling. As I said, the economic importance of the cycling sector is totally underestimated, and more and more figures come out how important this sector is for the future. Yes. No? So, this was about this tripartite process on the pan-European scale. What we in Austria, maybe some appetizer for you also here in the Czech Republic. We will share some experiences in Austria, how we try to handle this transformation process and how to integrate those which are important for the transformation, because all of you which are sitting here are important for the transformation. And I don't know, in Austria we have now 9 million inhabitants, and all 9 million inhabitants are experts in transport. And I think this is also the case in the Czech Republic. So every Czech citizen is a transport expert because he's on a daily basis, he's walking, he's cycling, he's driving cars. As the minister said, he changes the mindset immediately, changing the vehicle. So this is the absolute important thing. We talked about this also in the beginning, information, awareness raising, and catch the people where they are. That was the approach also in this program, which is now called Klimaaktiv Mobil. So the overarching objective is to promote climate-friendly, healthy mobility. And, you see this and to support the actors which are important for that. Cities, municipalities, companies, tourism, schools, youth, groups, and so on. So we try to have this target-oriented approach because it's different when you talk to a business owner, it's different when you talk to a transport counselor, it's different when you talk to a tourism operator. But all are important because they all have to transform. And we want to maximize the winners and minimize the losers in this transformation. Here you see the big, great cooperation of the Austrian and Czech partners. So we are neighbors, we are relatives. We had the pleasure to organize a meeting together with the colleagues from the different Czech ministries, sharing our experience and also gaining back the feedback from your side. So this was on 8th, 9th of March of 2022, and I hope it is the beginning of a very nice cooperation. Now, our program is not just for itself an exercise, because it's a part of the government treaty. So the government has a framework, and in this government program, you see there is a special priority for cycling and walking, for example, and a special also topic for mobility management and a special issue for awareness raising. So the program is a part of our answer to all our obligations we have. And it implements Austrian policies, and not only Austrian, but also international policies, EU objectives, the PEP, and of course we have a master plan on cycling, a master plan on walking, so 2 federal strategies, and we have also an overarching master plan on mobility. So we have a lot of strategies with a lot of goals and objectives. The problem is how to bring it into the real life, and you can use legislation, we are doing that, of course. You can use infrastructure investment, we are doing that, of course, but you have also to catch those which are also important. That's everybody who is making transport, so to say, on a daily basis. In a nutshell, what is our program about? It offers support to those which are responsible for mobility. It offers technical support, but it offers also financial support. Financial support for companies, for associations, for active mobility, for alternative transport systems, for e-mobility, for fleet conversions, for all kind of climate-friendly mobility. If it's a third pillar is focusing on awareness raising, on campaigning, so getting to the hearts of the people. The 5th pillar is very important, is education. The education not only of the young, but also of the practitioners, because there are new challenges ahead for them. And education means a broad range of initiatives, from eco-driving trainer, where we have cooperation with our driving schools, to cycling instructors which learn how you can cycle. This is very important for primary schools, for example, for the children, but also for elderly to learn cycling again, or to learn how to drive an e-bike. And finally, it's building on partnership. This is very important and rewarding. Some figures, we have achieved more than 20,000 projects in the last 14 or 15 years, and they save 350,000 tons CO2 per year. So it's an impressive figure, and the partners of this project are one-person businesses, big companies, small cities, big cities, so it's a big variety. And you see how many businesses, how many municipalities are. We have 2,200 municipalities, so we have already reached 1,500 municipalities, and it's a dynamic increase in this partnership. And some figures, some investment figures, we have already supported now in the last years with 170 million euro all these projects in these partners. And this very important, stimulating a total investment of 1.2 billion. So with a relatively small amount of money, of public money, you can stimulate private investments. It's very important because a very good relationship here. 10,000 green jobs, 88,000 children, 2,400 competence partners, and so on. You see here where are the focus of the investments. It's about electric mobility, about mobility management, about cycling infrastructure. And you see the projects are increasing. And it's all about partnership, I mentioned. And it's very important that the partners are awarded. So several times a year, the minister invites the partners, and if they commit themselves to implement projects for CO2 reduction, they get a certificate, an award, and this is an absolutely positive snowball effect because this leads to a broad advertising of the whole exercise. And our partners are also the important institution in Austria, the Chamber of Economy, the City Association, and also the Municipality Association. And this, I think, the most important approach is this target-oriented group approach. Catch them where they are, make tailor-made advisory financial program for those which are necessary to achieve this transformation in mobility. This is not an exercise just for the state or just for a single person. It's an exercise for everybody and the responsibility, and we should help them, not just leave them alone and say, okay, do and transform now from today to tomorrow. You need to help them and assist them. And you see businesses, cities, tourism, schools, public administration, youth initiatives, so all kind of important groups of society are included. Finally, some two examples for our focus. The e-mobility was very successful. We are co-financing and nearly all kind of electric vehicles, from an e-bike to e-truck or e-bus. E-cars, we are now on the third country in Europe, counting the newly registered cars of electric cars. We have 13% of share of electric cars on newly registered cars. And active mobility is the second focus, where we now also focus on the youth, on the children. We are proud that we have increased our budget for active mobility 15 times. So we have now 60 million euro per year available for co-financing from the federal level. That means you have to double this amount because it's maximum 50% of federal money, and the rest comes from the cities and from the local governments. And you see this is now for the next years. This year we have increased from 40 to 60 million. So we have now a plan together with all the federal states how much in money is needed, how many investments are needed to achieve all the overarching target of doubling cycling in Austria, which is a big amount of money, and we are now in the phase of negotiating this for the next future. So this is one example how on a national level you can react to this big challenge. So it's not a legal approach, it's an incentive approach, giving the hand to the others. And we are also internationally, in an international network, working together with the European member states to raise the issue that mobility management is not just a local issue, or these programs are not a local issue, but it's a national issue and a pan-European issue. So if somebody is interested, this is our next event in Turku in Finland from the European platform on mobility management. Yes, let's be Klimaaktiv Mobil. The latest report is available in English. We have brought some issues if you are interested, and let's intensify our cooperation. I mean, cooperation is needed. Get out of the silos and work together hand in hand in the PEP, in the Danube Cycle Plan projects, in Klimaaktiv Mobil, and also with the Austrian and Czech partners. Thank you very much. Děkuji.
Pevně věřím ve další spolupráci.
I strongly believe in further cooperation between Austria and the Czech Republic in support of the mobility, and at the same time I would like to excuse Minister Mr. Koubková because he needs to go. Maybe he's got a meeting. So we will continue, and now I would like to ask Žaneta Gregorová from the Heinrich-Böll Foundation, who supported the European Mobility Atlas in the Czech context.
Dobré odpoledne nebo pozdní odpoledne, vážené návštěvnice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not unhappy for Minister not to be here because he was christened this atlas, so he knows it very well. I'm glad that I can be here physically because there have been many lockdowns, and I'm happy that I can present the European Mobility Atlas Czech version. You should have it in the bags you received on your arrival, and you should. I should make good marketing for you to be happy to read it. The European Mobility Atlas gives you the best good practice examples which you can use for inspiration. My name is Žaneta Gregorová. I come from South Moravia, from a small village near Mikulov, and I have my own vineyard and I use bicycle. At the moment I live in Prague, and I'm afraid to ride a bicycle in Prague. I would love to buy a bicycle in Prague, but I'm afraid I don't feel safe there, and the same it is as many people have it. And this is the main obstacle for the development of the Prague cycle transport. I work in the Heinrich-Böll Foundation. When Jaroslav Martinek came to our office to agree on the cooperation, so he started our meeting by saying, "Oh, children, this is a manifest." And we cooperated, and this publication was created. Its original English version was compiled by my colleagues from the Brussels office, together with mobility experts Europe-wide. Europe is a continent where a lot of modes of transport were invented. The free movement of people then united the Europe and contributed to the wall breaking. The transport represent almost 30% of all CO2 emissions. Mobility is also awaiting in the transformation because of the reduction of emissions, electrification, and also socially fair transformation, which it has to pay attention to. The European Union is in the front of this battle, but it is up to you to look at the meaningfulness and usefulness of the measures that are going to be implemented. The COVID-19 pandemic has made us to realize how great a role there is of freedom in our lives. a lot of people started using passenger cars. They stopped using public transport. It means that the investments from health packages must be focused on places where the ways for sustainability are open. There are examples from Copenhagen or Freiburg which respond to the urgency of climate change and also cater for the need to maintain the comfortable, modern, fast and integrated transport. This publication provides 18 chapters with 47 detailed graphics and shows the facts and numbers about the transport and mobility in Europe. The first example is linked to the main topic of the last year, which was declared the European Year of Railway, which is the backbone of sustainable and resilient European transport infrastructure. At the same time, it is only responsible for 2% of CO2 emissions produced by the European transport. We can see the historical differences in building the railway tracks. In some places, there are fast trains and small municipalities are missed, but in some places, like in the Czech Republic, there is a dense railway network. There is also some new future, which is so this is the long term of the built infrastructure of the investments in the railway pays off. For 92 European railway carriers, but also for legislators, there is a challenge in better and faster cross-border connections and the accessibility of so far missed regions. But also the national railway networks should be harmonized, which sometimes is caused by technical obstacles, because in the boundary regions of the EU, there are 30% of population. Another thing, there are cargo bicycles. In Jihlava, you can see it on the first floor in this hotel. They could replace and substitute up to one half of the transport of the goods provided by the motorized transport. And one survey shows that if you purchase a cargo bicycle, you restrict the car travels by 41%. In the 80s in Copenhagen, there was a tricycle, Christiana, which was served for transporting children. Cargo bicycles are also used in municipal areas with dense population, but this requires at least the basic cycling infrastructure, including the cycling silos, where which are used for loading cargo bicycles. They can carry 40 to 250 kilograms. If they don't exceed 25 kilometers an hour and the power doesn't exceed 250 watt, and if the size and weight is within the limits, so it can be considered as a bicycle. There are examples from Graz or Stuttgart where the subsidies are needed, as well as the testing events and support of sharing platforms. In Stuttgart, which is the metropolis of the car industry, they pay people some money if the household remains without a car. But for their good incorporation in the, it is necessary to have the first cycling infrastructure. So hopefully Prague will organize the first loan shop of cargo bicycles. The pandemic 19 could be compared to the energy crisis of the 70s of the last century, or the era after the attacks after September 11th. The energy crisis in the 70s, in 1970s, caused the sharp increase in the price of oil, which then stopped car transport worldwide, and some countries started using bicycles. The September 11th led to the temporary crash of the aviation industry. The pandemic, which we have just gone through, resembles the September the 11th. The profit of aviation companies, the profits fell down, and this also was experienced by the railway transport. One winner of the pandemic is a bicycle, because people see a bicycle as a safe alternative to public transport. The bicycle enables you to keep safe distance and to make and you can maintain your fitness. The sale of cars also suffered because of this, because of the pandemic, because of difficulties in supplying the cars, and also potential economic uncertainty of people. And you will see also some information on this in the atlas. The pandemic also had an immediate effect on public space. The shopping centers were emptying, and parks and playgrounds tended to fill up. The public public space use started to be really extensive, and the grants into transport from the European Fund of Recovery is only a marginal aspect of the package, but they will influence the life of the society a long time ahead. The increase of mobility and shortening the average life of the vehicles leads to the fact that more transport means appear in Europe, which are already disused. This causes the fact that the environmentally friendly disposal is problematic mainly for ship and cars. The European roads are left by about 5 million cars a year, and 1/3 of cars or disused cars have an unknown fate. In the future, there will be a great challenge by the fluctuation of the purchase price of metals, and there is also a black market with disassemblies, and the EU which is rising, and also 55 million liters of dangerous fluids such as oil or a cooling liquid is lost. For example, disintegration or decomposition of ship is one of the most dangerous things a year, because 90% are disassembled directly at the beaches in Asia, where they are weaker framework or legislative framework is weaker, so the activity is there without complying with safety and environmental regulations, and these disassemblies are very dangerous for working migrants and children, immigrants and children. there will be a challenge in this respect for the disassembly of these vehicles. If you want to ask other questions, such as where electrification should go or why the Czech Republic is a cycling country, so you will have other facts and data in the publication you can use for spreading the information from the atlas. The atlas also has a version to be downloaded, and this address, which you will find on the second page, you have a reference and a download place. I would like to thank you for your attention, and please read this atlas, which was issued by Heinrich-Böll-Stiftung together with the Partnership for Municipal Mobility. Thank you. Now I would like to ask the last presenter of this block, Mr. Klaus Machata from Austria, who will talk about safety of the critical infrastructure, and then we will have a 15-minute break. So we will shorten this loss. So the next block will start at about 4:45.
Once again, Jarda and Jitka, thanks for inviting me here. I realize I'm between you and coffee, so I will try to use my time efficiently. My name is Klaus Machata. I'm a traffic engineer with the Austrian Road Safety Board based in Vienna, and I have the honor of presenting to you today a European Union project, an EU project called Sabrina, which is on the safety of cycling infrastructures. So why are we doing this? This is on safety because we have seen today many good examples from the Czech Republic, how cycling is now slowly evolving as an everyday mode of transport. But we have also seen that in the eyes of authorities and of policy levels, cycling is still something which happens well, which people do in their holidays, on weekends, somewhere out of urban areas, and in infrastructure that is really alarming. This is an example, and you don't see that motorway sign here. There's a motorway sign. This is not in the Czech Republic, this is not in Austria, this is somewhere in southern Eastern Europe, where one of the long-distance routes, the Eurovelo routes, really go partly on a motorway. So we both understand that cycling deserves safe infrastructure, and this is what this project is all about. And we see it also in the figures. Were you aware that Europe kills more than 2,000 cyclists a year, and nearly 170,000 cyclists required hospital treatment in the year 2019. And this is only 2019 figures. You remember COVID crisis? Cycling skyrocketed in many countries in 2020 and 21. So I'm very much looking forward where these figures will be in the years to come. We are still waiting for these figures. And what is more, the share of cycling fatalities, the share of cycling fatalities, of all fatalities, is on the rise every year. So this deserves, I hope you agree, this deserves safe cycling infrastructure. And there's good evidence already from previous EU projects like this one, the Sensor project, a couple of years ago, that inspected roads in 14 southern and eastern European countries. The result was that 80% of the networks, of the road networks, are unsafe or very unsafe for cyclists. So there is a lot of lousy cycling networks around. We should definitely do something about it, and that was the reason for the project. That was the reason why 11 partners in 9 countries in the Danube region set up this Sabrina project. which is currently still ongoing. It's a 2.5 years project ending this winter. And well, we have quite some ambitions in this project. And the overall goal is to support decision makers and their experts and their consultants to provide safe cycling infrastructure, to plan, to design, to implement, and also to evaluate safe cycling infrastructure in the whole Danube region. So that's the idea, and that's what we do. And you see from this list that this is not another EU project that just fills paper, that produces nice reports that nobody reads. This is a very practical project. This is about inspections and safety ratings of thousands of kilometers of cycling routes in these 9 countries. This is about putting together best practices. This is about producing a software which will be on the web, available for everybody, a decision support tool by the end of this year. And this is also about pilot implementations and trainings. So let me quickly browse you through these 4 fields of action. First, inspections and safety ratings. So this is done by video analysis on bicycles and from cars, going along cycle routes. The videos are then analyzed in a specific coding software. Actually, there are 3 different coding softwares available, as we use 3 different assessment systems. The one is IRAP, Road Assessment Program. The second one is CycleRAP, a completely new system of cycling infrastructure assessment. This is about like 50 infrastructure parameters on the road surface, on the roadsides, road signs, markings, where are the trees, where are the fences, are there guardrails, all kinds of stuff. 50 parameters are assessed in IRAP and CycleRAP. And then there is the European certification standard of the European Cyclist Federation. So that's the third one. We are doing all of them side by side. Right, that would be the one example of the Austrian city of Graz, how we can assess then the videos. We have a web GIS system that we all use in the project. We have 2 videos available. One is a forward-facing video, and another one is a 360 video, as we all know from Google Street View. It's very useful that at a specific point we can zoom around and like look at traffic signs from the other side to completely assess the road space at a specific point. This is the city of Graz, by the way. City of Graz. Anybody have been to the city of Graz? Second largest city of Austria. Jarda mentioned earlier today that at the political level, once you have a good idea, you have to push. You know, Graz introduced 30 years ago a 30-kilometer limit, an area-wide 30-kilometer limit on its roads. The whole town, except a network of main roads. At that time, I can tell you, that was considered political suicide. And guess what happened? Soon after that introduction of 30 kilometers of that speed limit, there were municipal elections. It was not political suicide. The mayor of Graz was still there after the elections, and he stayed on for quite a long time. So just a message for the political level. If you have a good idea, don't give up. Don't give up. People will change their minds after a very short time. And there are many more examples for that, at least for my country. I'm pretty sure it's the same in the Czech Republic and in the rest of the Danube region and in the rest of Europe, isn't it? Okay. Best practice analysis. The second field of action has 4 folders. We analyze the videos we have been doing and put down a report. We talked to very many stakeholders in these 9 countries, and we are at the moment in the production phase of a nice glossy report on best practice recommendations, based on scientific input and on everything we learned from stakeholders and from the videos. And then there will be 30 fact sheets, but I will be coming back to these in a minute. Maybe some good practices for a start from our video analysis. I'm starting with Austria, some separation, nice separation in Vienna. In an urban area, some nice separation outside urban areas in Croatia. A nice bridge with a separated cycle track in Hungary, and cycling in a recreational area in the Czech Republic. So that's about the good examples. Some lousy examples also from Austria. A, so to say, separated cycle track, but in the middle of the dooring zones of parked cars. Not very easy to recognize here. In Romania, high-speed rural road, and the road is also crumbling, so where cyclists should go, it's really unsafe. And then we have 2 examples from Croatia and Bulgaria. These are actually long-distance Eurovelo routes, but as you see, these at best they qualify as mountain bike routes. Not really safe. I'm coming to stakeholder consultations. We talked to more than 250 stakeholders in these 9 countries. And well, it's a bit of a challenge to put a 100 pages report in one slide, but here you see some of the common findings and some of the common recommendations we received from our stakeholders. The common findings we have seen here today already. Cycling is still seen as a leisure activity by many, and car use still prevails at the end of the day. Strategies are lacking, funding is lacking, access to data and expertise in the authorities is lacking. And what is a problem especially is that responsibilities are often with the small municipalities who lack the funds, who lack the expertise especially for maintenance of the cycling paths. And what we have heard several times as well is that in many places it's only the brave ones who at the moment dare to cycle. So it's all about this subjective safety. If I felt safer, I would be cycling more. That's what many say across the world actually. So this is a bit underexposed at the moment, and we should take care to keep that in focus more. When it comes to recommendations, one of the key recommendations is that safety should be in focus in sustainable urban mobility plans more. And I'm coming back to that issue in a second. We heard Amsterdam and Copenhagen several times today. We see many nice pictures from these Amsterdams and Copenhagen do we. But is it a good example for our small towns? So I think the idea, and that was the common findings of our stakeholders, is that take successful towns of your own size. Take towns, take examples you can relate to. These Amsterdams and Copenhagen, this is the day after tomorrow. Okay? And never forget to properly maintain cycling networks. I'm coming back to that as well. Rules and regulations to stop with overtaking safety distance. I hear that you restarted your discussion on 1.5 meters overtaking distance here in the Czech Republic. Well, we in Austria, we are just in the process of modifying our highway code and introduce the 1.5 meters. So let's see where we will be ending with. Right. I'm coming to the issue of some sustainable urban mobility plans. What our stakeholders said to us, data hardly available, especially data on safety, is hardly available, and really not used in sustainable urban mobility plans. And when talking about databases, there's also a lack of databases generally, especially also with projects. So there's some kind of a piecemeal approach, projects here, projects there, but you cannot search for them in databases usually. Walking and cycling should be prioritized in sumps. And what was especially alarming for me was that this one. Many sumps are set up predominantly just because of the requirements for EU funding. That was not the intention. No? A sump is not a report, not a glossy report, not a bunch of paper, but a sump should be a process. I mean, quite a complicated process. With analysis, with setting up the strategy, with planning the measures and implementing the measures, evaluating the measures and maintaining the measures. Never forget that a cycling network is an aging organism. It needs to be maintained. And these maintenance costs are usually not foreseen anywhere. And then these costs are with the municipalities. Right. By the way, may I strongly encourage you to read this LTIS report, which is specifically on safety in sumps. We need more safety in Europe. Right. I mentioned we are coming up with a new report, a glossy report, which will probably be in print in the next 2 weeks. I had hoped to bring some copies to this presentation today, but it will then be available as PDF. It goes through strategies and policies and everything that Mr. Thaler mentioned in his presentation a minute ago. It has all the planning principles and it has an extensive chapter on infrastructure. For me as a traffic engineer, I would love to give you now a half an hour lecture on the infrastructure best practices in this report, but maybe another time. Right, so this is the best practice report, and then there will be fact sheets. These are also in the making at the moment and soon be ready. 10 fact sheets on different risks for cyclists across the board. Narrow infrastructure, speed differences, when it comes to mixed infrastructure with pedestrians, when it comes to mixed infrastructure with motorized traffic, junction left turning, junction blind spot, trucks, junctions, roundabouts, all kinds of issues that produce crashes and fatalities. Then there will be 10 fact sheets on solutions, individual solutions, so that is mostly traffic engineering. And then there are another 10 fact sheets on the positive effects, health and whatever of cycling. And there are a load of positive effects, I can tell you, and there are good figures available. There are so many figures that it fills 10 fact sheets. Right. Okay, and then the third area of action is the software. There will be a software that is called a decision support system that will help you to assess existing cycling infrastructure, so this camera and coding stuff that will be in there. But you will also be able to assess new infrastructure, like the plans, some kind of safety audit, or you can compare two solutions concerning their safety. And this system will also be able to suggest to you some recommendations for specific interventions, for specific measures. So it will be quite some big package that will be produced here. And as I say, this will be available on the web, free for everybody, around Christmas this year. Small present. Right, and then at the end of the day, there will be pilot implementations, closing missing links of routes, star rating of designs, so these safety audits, and these lists of proposed cycling safety improvement measures. So all of these 9 countries will be implementing real pilots when it comes to cycling safety. And there will be trainings on the assessment methods that I have been presenting to you a minute ago. Right, and that takes me to the contacts of these project. You can reach us on that website. You can, and all the products will be there. Some are already. We are also, as all these projects are, we are also on Facebook and Twitter. And I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on Twitter, but you can always send me an email. Thanks for the attention. Thank you.
Já jen doplním.
I'd just like to add to this presentation for the information we are now translating the good practice proceedings from English to Czech, so it will be available in some 2 or 3 weeks. And the next good news is that we are now implementing the web portal, which is the transport network for cyclists. And this is closely connected to what the minister said in support of the construction of the cycle routes. So by this we finished, and I have apologized because of the Minister of Transport that we are slightly delayed. So please let us start at 16:50. So at 4:50 we are 20-minute delayed. So now coffee break, and we will start at 4:50, and we'll start with the future mobility.
nahoru, aby všechny sezvala dolů, když jsme řekli 16:50, abychom skutečně 16:50 začali, takže já tak budu chviličku mluvit a tím budu přivolávat posluchače z prvního a druhého patra a podobně, takže teďka chviličku budu jen tak prostě něco plácat, aby konečně jsem ostatní pochopili, že mají se navrátit zpátky. Možná už vás rovnou vlastně pozvu a možná budeme chvíličku diskutovat společně, než se to naplní, takže jako doporučuji.
So, we are now going to have a short free discussion because we need to attract the others into this room. I will now ask Petr Maliňák to speak. When we were creating this session, we put into consideration the fact that we will continue with this conference. There are a lot of other activities and events in the Czech Republic supporting the ideas of municipal mobility. It also supports new technologies of smart cities, etc. And if you have noticed the presentations like Jihlava or Mr. Michalička's presentation, so you could see that there was no need, no use to speak only about cycle transport, but also pedestrian, but we need to also deal with it in a broader context, such as parking and other means of transport. I am still talking to spare your time for the presentation. We need to attract people coming, so I don't want to pass the floor to you yet because I want people from outside to come. There was a tall delay because of Minister, because his speech was very useful and we could use it for many other things. For those of you who are here, maybe you won't be here tomorrow either, so I will just disclose the cards for tomorrow. Today it was good that Minister said something, but the second day, that is tomorrow, we are going to speak in more detail. We are going to talk about the transport network for cyclists, what it means for the Czech Republic. We also have a great block for the campaign and education of the campaign. Nobody coordinates it. There is no campaign like saying, just let's change something. Minister said it in the right way, but he didn't realize that the Czech Republic everybody was doing something, and I believe you won't be here tomorrow, so maybe we can talk about it later. And the third section, we are talking about the concept of the mobility, and there are also links to you. So one thing that we want to capture week 2021, September, you have the future mobility, but there are also mobility days. Maybe you can start with it, so people are slowly coming, so we can slowly start the presentation, and you can then present what you want to present to the audience. Thank you for the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to answer the question regarding the following presentation, and then I will get back to it. The Mobility Days is our event. It is like a European conference under the auspices of DG Moves, and we communicate. But it is not easy. They have a framework scenario of how it could look, and we try to play the same game as them, so that we harmonize all the events which take place in the same deadline, so that we don't steal the other's show, and we want to somehow complement each other for this to be meaningful also for the visitors and the partners involved. We will be very happy. It's hard to say something in advance, but next week, because they will be in Brno with us, so we'll be talking about the specific conditions and specific things. Thank you once again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to invite you all to 3 events taking place in Brno, and which the topic of which touch whatever was discussed or has been discussed here today, and what will be the topic of tomorrow's events. There are 3 events. One is the already established Orbis Smart City Fair Trade, the 5th year of which will take place from the 20th to the 22nd of September. From this, we took the mobility concept and mobility topic because we want to go into more depth and into more detail, and this was the source of the new event, and there is an International Urban Mobility Days conference, which will take place at the same and at the same time. Now, I'd like to talk about the future mobility, which by its content touches what's interesting for you. The topic of future mobility has always been at the Smart City Fair and Orbis Trade Fair. We made a separate event or independent event, or rather we highlighted this field. And this is an opportunity and platform how to present the entire offer of the mobility and traditional transport and the means of intermobility. We should create the platform where the presenters, the exhibitors and others could present their products and their solutions. What does this event offer to us? It offers the knowledge in the form of the conferences and seminars which will take place. There will be a conference with the topic of mobility. This conference is not going to contain the topic as such as a whole, and that's why we have here another session, and that is what it can offer to you, which is the experience, which is the workshops, which is the solutions, and there you can go dive deeper into the topic. You can develop there the solution and the practice as such. Day 3 is inspiration. Inspiration, this means some examples from practice, what's happening at the workshops, and the third day we'll plan. For the third day, there will be some excursions in Brno and its surroundings, and you can already see there are some solutions and individual products in practice. Why should you participate? This event, as I mentioned, offers the possibility of the participation for any sector or for any partner. who would like to participate, and whether it is a business sector, a self-government, or the startup, each of them can find whatever is interesting for them and why they should participate. What's getting throughout all this is the connection of the business sector, self-governments, the academic sector, where you have an opportunity to meet all these areas and to say what you want to present and to get in touch with all these sectors. As already mentioned, future mobility is part of Urbis Smart City Fair, which offers an opportunity of passing over implementations and smart solutions of the cities and self-governments. And we have mentioned the international conference, the Urban Mobility Days, which we are organizing. And the Commission organizes it under our presidency, and it is the new framework of the EU for sustainable mobility. There will be some partial meetings where they will deal with specific things within the framework which has been set up, and where the key issues should be dealt with within the sustainable mobility. Here you can see the list of these areas and what's involved by future mobility. How could you participate? There are several possibilities how you can participate, whether it is through active participation or partnership or workshops or exhibition in the hall, or you can become a sponsor, or you can be a visitor. One of the areas which we focus on is the introduction of practical solutions. We call it a demo city. If we wanted to build a smart city or a smart crossroad where we use your solution and your products and we can show them in the simulated environment throughout the event. You can show them to the visitors, and we can show the practical solutions. And there are a lot of people interested in this demo city, and we are quite glad about this. As it's already been said, that you can get involved through the partnership for this event. This event is under the auspices of the Brno city, and we also cooperate with some expert guarantors. Thank you for your attention, and I hope I will meet some of you in September, whether as visitors or active participants. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
We will go on with the smart technologies. I would like to pass the floor on to Mr. Pastorek from Czech Technical University, and his topic is how smart technologies change the cities. I'm from the Czech Technical University, transportation faculty, and I will briefly speak about practical utilization of smart technologies from the perspective of my 10-year experience from our institution. My presentation shows 4 phases of implementation of the concept smart city. I'm surprised it's running on its own, smart technologies. So the presentation knows that I should be brief, so it's going on quickly, very fast, without my intervention. I didn't want it to run so fast. So this is the vision of a smart city. There is everything what a smart city should have. There are a lot of sensors. This is the application sectors. These are technologies. No, we are again at the beginning, so it's a confusion, it's a chaos. So I'll be speaking without the slides. No, that's not mine, actually. You know what, I will start talking. Maybe in the meantime, my colleague will prepare the presentation. So how did we come to smart technologies? Включаешь и не работаешь. This is what the Russians are saying. So these are the first phases of implementation of smart city concept. Smart city is a buzzword today, but generally speaking, it has a classical flags of alcohol intoxication. We also came from this phase. We came to point number 4. So to get to point 4, we need to answer the basic questions: why, for whom, how much, and does it make sense? I will give you a few examples when it does not make sense. For example, a purchase price of to buy smart dustbins. This is a useless investment. Support of parking meters and sensors, it does not make sense as well. And there are many useless investments which we have come across. So our experience is that the municipalities are excited with certain nonsense, then they try to implement it. They partly succeed, partly do not succeed. Then the citizens ask, how much did it cost? And the rest is a sort of disillusion. Why did we implement it? Application areas. What refers to is the solution of transport problems, but these are not the only ones. We focused on 3 and 4 points: environmental questions and safety problems, which are referring to your topic of the conference. And what we did, we came across these challenges in the international project when we monitored environment in 8 cities. Barcelona is a city full of bicycles, full of diesel engines, and full of winds and hills, and it all resulted in a very strange situation, because what we saw were very unhealthy hotspots where it was dangerous to be. And actually we installed many sensors within the city of Barcelona, which could show the cyclist where those unhealthy and polluted hotspots are. And it means that the cyclists could avoid such hotspots. In the Czech Republic, we have similar installations. It's not necessarily connected to the cyclists. But what I would like to talk about today is the utilization of the sensor networks with the aim to monitor pollution, which is created not only by the traffic, but also by heating, external impacts from the abroad. For example, unhealthy and polluted winds and clouds from Poland and so on. We have many data from Litoměřice, Prague 6 and Ostrava, where we have those sensorical networks. And we have about 40 million of records from the individual records, which we have recorded real time. And on the basis of these facts, we can really make a picture of how it looks like, how the pollution looks like in those cities. and how we can avoid it or prevent it, or what to do. One of the basic problems in the cities are the mama hotels. It means that the parents drive a car to the nursery or kindergarten or to school. They do not stop the motor or the engine, and in the meantime, before the kids gets off, then the motor produces fuels, which is a bad fact. We measure the concentrations and average within 24 hours, and I know that a average concentration of a cyclone in the DEF chambers was also not so high, but these are the concentrations are really very unsafe when the kids and the parents drive with the car. So we came to very interesting solutions. We found out that the concentration of pollutants in some locations is 4 times higher than in different. For example, it is in the area where the technological agency is located, and also in the vicinity of Russian embassy, which is unfortunately the fact which I'm not pleased with. How much time do I still have? I'm in minus, so just forward quickly. So these are our sensors. This is how it works. If you want more information, I can provide it to you later on. This is what we measure. This is the map of distribution of the sensors. This is Spořilov triangle, where we installed the first generation of the sensors. It means the self-connection and highway. And these alarm clocks show real-time level of pollution of the given location at a given time. Red color means bad results, green color is good results. In combination, we also create or prepare CO2 sensors, which can be used for the optimization of ventilation. For example, in schools, when the attention of kids drops down, then we look at the sensor and we decide to open the window. And these are the technologies on which it is based. And because I'm from the institution which also deals with the safety technologies, I need to say that nothing is as pink as it might seem to be. So those technologies can bring also a safety threat. I'm speaking about hacking and cyber wars, about information, which are quite common in information technologies. But the situation will become worse in the future, and there will be an increased option for all possible cyber attacks. And in conclusion, do not do it in the same way as a mayor of one town who kept saying, we do not need to take care of the smart city because the whole thing will be built up by Huawei. So I would like to wish you a great vote in the next election. Thank you for your attention.
So, if you want to measure the contamination or pollution in your city, so you can buy the sensors, but I don't know, you will learn about your locations. Sometimes positive news, sometimes negative. E-Byte pit stop presentation by Alukov. And we will see also interesting videos. But there is no name here, so you have to introduce yourself. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can see that you like lectures because you are still sitting here. I also like presentations. I have some which take 4 to 5 hours, so I hope you will last here. Okay, so 10 minutes if you say so. My name is Zdeněk Kohák. I am here by the Alukov company, and I'd like to show you the logics why this pool company, which we are, is presenting here, because we also produce terrace roof. So some refreshing video for you.
Tak, společnost Alukov.
Alukov company was founded in 1995 and it commenced its existence by producing pool and terrace roofing. From the very beginning, it is also a construction company, so it develops, designs, produces, assembles, and maintains its own products. So the whole cycle is under its control, and it can guarantee its products. Here you can see some products in the last 15 years. Of course, we have covered a lot of areas. Alukov does not only operate in the Czech market, but also in the European and world market, and it is very much appreciated for its products at many exhibitions. The facts about Alukov, it is growing every year. At the moment, we have over 500 employees. It is a Czech company. It is located near Chrudim in the village called Orel. Its production is over 3,000 roofings per year, and it exports in the worldwide and assembles worldwide. It's got 50,000 square meters of production and storage places, and we cooperate with almost 40 countries worldwide.
To bylo další letní osvěžení.
So this was another refreshment. I can't see any children, so hopefully nobody will be morally offended. So how did Alukov got to bicycle pit stops roofings? Some information from the history of cycling. I must say, I must mention 1813, when the German nobleman invented the so-called Dreisen, which is on the left-hand side, when you just used your legs sitting on a seat, you could move forward. It didn't have any tires, so you can feel all the unevennesses of the road, but this is the basis of the bicycle. As the bicycle was developed, so people asked then why this big bicycle was invented. The reason was because as soon as they invented pedals, so there were no gears, so they only covered such a path that for which their power was sufficient. So this was for fast fast movement forward, but they of course found that this bicycle was dangerous and it was really for hardworking. So transmissions were invented as well as other parts of the bicycles, and in 1933 the bicycle was almost of the same form as today, and you can see the cycling in 1813 when it was invented, and in the 21st century how it moved on. Of course, the newest trend is to implement the new technology in the cycling. So in the last 10 years, there was a great increase of the mobility. And in order to understand why Alukov created this pit stop, which you could see when you got into the hotel. So I'd like to show you something. Just watch it and see what's attractive there for you. So let's just analyze this a little bit. We have seen about 40-second show what's happening in the Ferrari. Do you know how quickly the tires were changed? It was 3 seconds. They just deal with all these steps they need to do, so it's really extremely fast. But the second important thing is the number of people who appeared there. Did you count them? 19. We can show it once again. I counted 20, but maybe there was somebody just standing there not working. So 20 people. So you can see how many people take care for one car. And let's see now why a pit stop. There is another thing, the pit stop, which played the key role in Formula One, was a box which basically decided how the races ended. And the car had a lot to do to catch up if they were slow. So we liked this kind of service or refreshing station of the racer who is sitting in the car and is provided everything that he needs. That's why Alukov borrowed this name for its idea of the refreshment station, and we called it the pit stop station. Because Alukov is an innovative station and we implemented new technologies, although we have a 25-year history, so we should look why the company which produces pool and roof and terrace roofing started doing this. It is because we implement new technologies, but also we have some terrace roofings, so I'll show you this now. So this was the new technology. You can see that a lot of things are remotely controlled, and in terms of the terrace roofing, we have already moved to electromobility. I have written a few things about cycling in Europe and the Czech Republic, but I think you have already heard a lot of interesting lectures of foreign colleagues who were dealing with cycling and at the European level. It is important piece of information also for you, because you are part of the European cycling and future e-cycling and current e-cycling. So I'm not going to repeat the statistics. We have just shown the basic information, but I believe you have current data. In the Czech Republic, there are 40,000 kilometers, maybe more. So it would be just throwing the piece on the wall. As we mentioned at the beginning, so this activity, if you want to get through, so you have to use a bigger P to get through the wall. So let's talk about Pit Stop Alukov e-bike products, which you can see in front of the hotel. We joined with the company eConnect, which is presenting its products as well, and it's providing us with technology which enables us to give cyclists whatever they need. So we divided Pit Stop to several possibilities. For the nature, we can use wooden constructors. For the cities, we prefer aluminium constructions. The tilting of the roof can be at any site, depending on the sun, the movement of the sun, because the roofs are equipped with photovoltaic panels. A lot of information is provided. This is some night equipment, and we can look at the docking station outside. You can look at all the different functions for cyclists, and we are getting to the end. So is your juice getting low? So e-bike Pit Stop by Alukom is a solution. It is an environmentally friendly charging station for electric bikes, thanks to the solar panels, and with a lot of accessories for cyclists. It is a smart and innovative solution for the nature, for the city, and also for the cycle track. E-bike Pit Stop by Alukov, so that you don't lose the juices. Any questions? Thank you that they are not having any. Thank you. Goodbye.
You know what I have been learning all the time? This is the first conference where we give quite a large space to the companies, to the businesses, because it is a natural part of our life. Maybe you were also astonished how many topics were outside the urban mobility. It is about the art to speak. So next time I need to check presentations and to consult it with everybody what was there and what should not be there. The next presentation, Shvě synku, go quickly, my son, my translation, and it is about eco-cargo transport. Now we saw where to charge your bike, and now I will show you what to charge. We are Cargo Bike Czechoslovakia. It is my child, actually, my baby, and we are a premium seller of cargo bikes. Full stop. Our Rolls-Royce being this bike, cargo bike, it is a bike and it is also the tool it is also a tool you can make love with a bike when you have this cargo bike, because you do not only carry your children, but also, for example, your shopping bags when you have this bike. So how did we start it? We wanted to bring something new to the Czech market. So we visited Harry, who is one of the producers of cargo wheels, and when we spoke, we immediately knew that this is something what we would like to transfer to the Czech market, and we fell in love with the machine. When I speak about love, a part of the love are kids. So if you own such bike, you can also carry your kids. We offer more types of bikes. It's not only Bullet from Copenhagen, which is the famous one. And this is a specially developed bike, which when you are going to the right or left, to the bike is so well designed that you will not kill yourself. I said that a cargo wheel or bullet is a tool which you can use to get your freedom. So here you can see your freedom, which you can get through your bike or cargo wheel bike. Because this is a keg full of beer, full of water. So it is your drinking regime has been maintained. So this bike is a tool which can get you to freedom, as I said already. So we established a company which is called Švihé Synku. We are a courier service for Brno, but we are active in the entire Czech and Slovak Republic, not only in Brno, and we are able to transport different stuff, up to 500 kilograms. This is my humble joy, because the first partner whom we addressed was DHL, which are very proactive when it comes to environment. So this is a photo which was taken by ourselves. We are a proud partner of DHL. Our couriers have some records regarding the speed of the transport of the dispatches. As you can see, we can carry almost everything and under any conditions. And we are also cooperating with the cities, with the municipalities, so we also use the special wheels which can sweep away the dirt from the roads. You know it. You know it. This photo is just to show you the volume which we are able to transport. It's up to half of ton. Currently, we have a showroom in Brno. We will be only happy to welcome you there, and these are the companies which will represent. So if you have any sort of questions, we have a stand upstairs on the second floor, and just come and talk to us. And you can also look through our websites, or you can look through our catalogs, which we have on the first floor. Thank you very much.
Maybe one comment from me. What link is there to the plan of sustainable mobility? The presentation was very nicely set up, but it can overlap and it can expand because we take it as a corporate culture. It's about the cities, about the firms, what a short distance means, and cargo bicycles, in my opinion, are still very underestimated. We see a great future for the future mobility, which is the heading of the session. In my opinion, this idea still is very much underestimated and undervalued. I'm sorry, but what is not said into the microphone, I can't hear and I can't translate. Sorry.
Tak, další prezentace.
The next presentation by Daniel Beran, Road Twin. Is he here? Excellent.
Vlastně jeho prezentaci jsme poprvé slyšeli, když byla silniční.
We heard his first presentation at the road conference in Olomouc, where there was a session on road mobility, and his presentation offers a possibility for the cities, and now we will hear some details about this. We have spoken about transport and mobility, and I was thinking what it meant for me. And for me, it means the freedom of movement. It is a sensitive thing, and we recognized when we lose this freedom. Sometimes we think that the towns and regions are guilty, that they have taken the freedom from us, that they don't allow us to get from one point to another quickly. Why don't we know it in advance? We have some traffic models, we have the data and information about traffic. Why are we still surprised that there are traffic jams, that there are congestions? One thing is to have the model, and the second thing is to be able to work with it and to be able to share it between the shareholders, because one hand does not necessarily need to know what the other hand is doing. There is not enough shared information in municipalities and in the authorities. Are we able to assess the influence of a closure or a bypass or a detour? Are we able to make quality decisions? The decision making, and not only in traffic, is the combination of priorities and information. The decisions which are only based on the priority can be a bad decision, and it's hard for us to make a decision for which we don't have any priority. And the towns have the data which they have to use for the decision making. And the question is whether they are successful in this. What does it mean to understand the model? It means that it is in the form that I am able to work with, that it is not like a statistical plan, that it is something that I can open, zoom it in, zoom it out to see the broader context or smaller context. It enables me to see the traffic information, whether it is cars or public transport or cycling, and it is not only as an unclear table. I can also create the traffic scenarios. I can share this and I can meaningfully communicate it with the public. And I am able to present the information to the public for it to understand it. How can we help you with it? We can help you with some web applications which we developed. It is the Roadwin, but it is also Západočeská University and different other partners, but we are selling the solution under the Road Twin startup, and this enables us to analyze the data. This is from Pilsen, and in Pilsen you can look at any section and to look at what the speed was there within a certain interval or within a certain day, for example, on the 1st of September or during a football match, or what was happening there in the same section throughout the year. This is the application which will tell you what will happen when the parameters change. What will happen if I close like 3 roads, adjacent roads? If there is a demand, increased demand, for example, after building a new shopping center or a new residential area, or if the number of inhabitants decreases. So this is what you can model, and within a few seconds you have a result which you can share with anybody who needs the data. I will show you an example. What is the calming down the Americká třída, which is a big avenue in Pilsen. This calming has already taken place in this Americká avenue, and we saw what the detours are and how much traffic there is there. And we tried to model what would happen after the calming. We modeled the tracks or the routes, which are quite intuitive for everybody who makes the models. And after the calming, we were able to validate this and to see what aggravations of the detours were. There were aggravations, but it was like the average speed 5 kilometers an hour in peak hours. The question was whether it was little or too much, but we could save a lot of hours a day by eliminating the delays of the bus lines which go along the Americká avenue every day. So you can use it in different ways, for example, bypass planning, closure planning, or the construction planning. You can use intuitive solutions and your models. You can use the already existing models and into the web environment. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to thank the organizers for having us here. We have a stand upstairs. We'll be happy if you visit us, and we are happy to provide freedom to the citizens of the cities, and we'll be happy if you want to talk to us about it. Thank you for your attention.
We are coming to the finals. I would like to ask Marian Níč. I will pass him the floor. Please introduce your mobility project. I know it's very late and there is hockey on TV today and so on. I will be very brief and fast. I will not be offering anything. I would like to tell you what we can offer to you, which is money, network, events, under the flag which you don't see here. We are an EU organization, and our goal is to make the companies which presented here successful. Our aim is to develop new companies, new innovations. And to help to promote our companies globally, not only in the Czech Republic. What we are offering is network. Barcelona was mentioned here. Our organization has headquarters in Barcelona. We have implemented the model of a 15-minute town, and we have some cities which cooperate with us, and we had a representation of about 200 entities, for example, Technical University in Brno or Ditrich at the back, who will have his presentation just after me. And we also cooperate with people from Říčany who presented here as well. So we are leaving some footprint in Czech Republic as well. I also mentioned that we are offering money. When I say that we are offering public money, this is something what not everybody welcomes. But in case we speak about Tesla, and we know that they have received or acquired $2.4 billion from the public funds in combinations from the federal state and Californian state and so on. So sometimes we see that those super high-tech companies were depending on subsidies at a certain time of their developments. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive. Here in Czech Republic, we have perfect people, excellent universities, but on the contrary to China, Asia, or the US, we are not quite successful to convert it to the money, to the businesses, because it means that my money or our money, which we are offering, are here to help you to bridge over the difficult periods. This is a table which refers about the data for the last 20 years. And urban mobility. These are our activities. I will mention only some of them: active mobility, sustainable city, logistics, including cargo, bicycles. It is very complicated. We are a very complicated, a complex company organization. We have many programs. Some of them are about fast money. Some of them are about slow money, difficult money, complex money. We provide the investments to the municipalities, to the universities. In some cases, as here, for example, we are able to give you the money right now. It was the case of the municipality, for example, Prague 6 wants to solve a situation in kindergartens. For example, a teacher goes for a walk with the kids, and there are some roads, and there is a concentration of unfavorable impacts. So we provide for and we give them 30,000 Czech crowns in case they are successfully implementing the measures up until 6 months. Sorry, it was quite a complicated example, but it is the help for very fast money to help anywhere where needed. E-scooters, this is also a topic which is quite hot today, how to regulate the possible collisions between the pedestrians and scooters and so on. So you can have a look at our websites. I will not be speaking about it in details. Horizon was also mentioned here. These are long-term money. We have an acceleration program and program for the promotion or support of the startups from the basic funding up to the final and very complex support, which helps startups to be active also in European capitals. We have experts in urban mobility. We have a city club, which is a association of the towns, Barcelona, Budapest, Warsaw. And those cities decide what are the hot and thorny topics which needs to be solved nowadays with respect to urban mobility. And this is all from me. If you have any questions, please contact me by email. Thank you very much.
I have always thought that if we manage to do something like this, maybe on a small scale in the Czech Republic, it would be great. Within the European context, it would be excellent, of course, but we can be very helpful to each other. Jakub Ditrich now will introduce the charging station for electric bikes. Thank you for your attention. This event looks that it is an event, it is an exhibition of the charging stations for electric bikes. You could see that there are 5 different types here. You will see them all. In the Czech Republic, over 300,000 electric bikes are in operation. They have been sold here for 15 years, and last year 120,000 were sold. For the year before, another 120,000. But it is mainly because now it's stagnating, but it is because shortage of offer. Some bicycle owners don't know what the charging station is, and if they find out, they don't want to carry the charger with them because it is heavy and big, and they need to have a backpack. They want to find out where the charging stations are, and they want to do something there because it takes 1 hour or 2 hours for the bike to charge. If we didn't have this billboard here, it's actually annoying here for me. So you'll find out that the charger can really be very heavy. We have a few of them. Try to put them in your pocket. But the cable is what I have in my pocket all the time. Who can operate this charging station? Anybody. There are about 350 charging stations for electric bicycles, and by the end of the year we will have another 500 built. We want as many as possible users charge these and some want to put the charging stations on the post, some of them on the wall, but mainly they want to be able to pay for it without any grants, so that they can install the charging station if they have a restaurant with visitors with electric bikes. There are a lot of things which are called charging stations. I found that some of them, as I found out from the pictures or examples here, we can then raise a discussion. So this is not a charging station for electric bikes. You can see that there are four plugs, so I need to carry an adapter to use this. It is great that these plugs are available there, but this is not a charging station. This is a charging station. We have it exhibited here, but in this specific case, there are only 2 types of connectors, so the rest have to carry the charger with them. This is not the charging station either, although it is nice by design. Most people liked it, but they are just ordinary plugs there, so I can pull out the charger. A bad thing is that it is at the square that there is a solar system where electricity is available. So this is a charging station, and here we are talking about the about this, and there are about 3,000 of these charging stations in Austria. We like them, but it costs about 160,000 crowns. And the owner of the restaurant, if they want to get it, must be Austrian. Why? A charging station and such cables, because there is no standardization in electric bikes. Most of us know what these two connectors are, and everybody has them. But if you want to charge the bicycle, it is not standardized. On the right-hand side, you can see several types of connectors for electric bikes, but they are we know of about 35 out of them, about 16 which we are able to produce. How does it work? There is one universal connector inserted in the charging station. The second one is plugged into the bike, and I'm charging. We are not doing it, but the versatile connector is already produced by other companies. So we can say this is a kind of standard. So there are the pictures that I promised. This is how the charging stations can look of the Powerbox standard. It can be aluminum shell here. A lot of cycling stations put this station outside for the customers. Not all of them are public. There are a lot of office houses which installed the charging station for their customers or their employees. This is how the charging station looks if it is fully occupied. So there are 8 people who can charge from one charging station. This is how the installation looks if it is by the bike port. We have seen the presentation of bike port Alukov. This is the Neva manufacturer. There are some batteries and some solar systems, and there is a charging station implemented there. There will be also a dispensing machine for the Coca-Cola. Otherwise, and you will have to buy a Coke to switch on the station. Otherwise, the charging is for free because it is very low cost. This is a station which is suitable for the cities. So this is a Hungarian station, and now it is being built in Radotín in Prague. And this Slovak company has started many other installations. You can see the charging station and the charging cable. So if I'm not carrying it with me, so the most frequent ones cover about 70% of the users of all electric bikes, and I can borrow it on the spot. If you speak about the cost, so this installation can cost some 40,000. So how does it work? I pull out the mobile phone. I use Mapice CZ. I choose the map. I choose the charging station for electric bikes. I can put, for example, the trip there. I lock this bicycle to the stand with a charger from 30 to 70%, where we are talking about the battery of 500, 600 watt hours. It will take about 1 hour. So the person has to spend about 1 hour, for example, by eating or visiting a castle or so. So about 200 watt hours is charged in 1 hour, and it's about 6.50 crowns, which is about not even 3 euros. So if you're interested in how it operates, so Powerbox.one, you can see the bike and It can be controlled online in a cloud solution. So this is Powerbox Cloud, and I'd like to thank you for your attention. Have a good day. Thank you.
Do you know that we spent together 8 hours from 10 until 6 p.m.? Nevertheless, could you give me some more 3 minutes? Because now I would like to energize you and to sum up the first day. I might be inspired by the last presentation on which I built my first 2 key points. The speaker's question, first of all, do you want us to put a fee on the next conference, 3,000 Czech crowns for the next year? So let's make the registration fee 3,000 Czech crowns, and maybe only a few people will attend. Do you know why this conference is free of charge? Because we do not promote big projects, but I think that the reason is this banner, because this can be paid by code. 80% of our conference is paid by this project, Interreg, 80%. We paid only 20%. Yesterday, I talked to my colleague. I told him we need energy. You can get the energy from the electricity or any other resources, but we need our life energy. So we got the money to hold this conference. So as I said, 75% was paid by EU, 5% by Sabrina, and 25% were paid by companies, by businesses. And I'm glad, because I think it was useful, this last block, because their presentations could be interconnected with the municipalities and with the policies, and with the policy as well. And in case I would like to tell the truth, who is paying for the public sector, for the education? It's just the Ministry for the Local Development. There is actually zero for active mobility. They are paying many other things, but not active mobility. So this is something we need to tackle in the future. So Interreg pays something, but this is not all. So therefore, today we have Interreg banner here, and tomorrow we will have a different one. And therefore, I'm also glad that we got the investment to be able to organize this conference. I really appreciate that we are here together and we can recharge each other. So this is the key goal of the conference. And I would also like to say one more thing. Whenever I see charging stations and e-bicycles, and when I ride my bike, I always tell my friends, I will shoot that e-bike down. Be proud of having enough physical condition, physical strength, because actually if you do not have e-bicycle and you overtake the person with an e-bicycle and you do not have it, that's something you are really proud of yourself. Well, on the other hand, my brother is 16 years older than me. He will be 70 next year, and he lives in the hills, and he couldn't be existing without e-bikes, so I can appreciate it sometimes, but it is the same as in case of every tool. It can be a good servant, but bad master. So actually, I would like to tell you something. Do not leave mountain bikes, track bikes behind. Just keep them and use them, because it will help us to have active life. I would like to invite you today to Cafe Bar Sokolovna, 7:30 p.m. The band will start playing at 9 p.m. And do you know how I recharge myself? My friend told me there are 7 ways how to recharge, but I prefer good beer, so I would like to invite you to have good Pilsner beer tonight. Actually, I didn't hear the beginning, so I can't translate. I think it is about the location of the evening today. This is a club which is called Sokolovna, and behind you can see the hockey stadium, the old one, which is not used anymore because there was the last hockey game on the 30th of April when the Legends played. And in 2 years we will have a new hockey stadium. And it will be a special complex possible project, including stadium and also some cycling paths around. So that was just a brief information about the premises where we will have this evening. But if you are lost, just ask anybody about the hockey stadium, winter stadium, and the people will give you the direction. It is called Cafe Bar Sokolovna. 7:30. It's not far away on foot. Walking distance. Up and to the right. So I'm looking forward to seeing you tonight or tomorrow. The last piece of information, tomorrow the conference will not be held in this room, in this hall, but on the 2nd floor. So through the door, upstairs, and you will see the registration to the registration table over there. We just want your signatures, so you do not need to pay any registration fee. Be patient with us, please. Thank you.